nathi la kulomhlangano, and also greet those who are joining us through live streaming. I also wish to greet the members of the media community who are with us here. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. I wish to read the notice to all members of EThekwini Council. Terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998 as amended. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the EThekwini Municipal Council will be held on Thursday, the 29th of January 2026 at 10 in Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bram Fisher Road, Durban. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I will now request all of you council members, members of the public to rise for the singing of the national anthem. Let's all rise.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice, honor. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope at break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Morena
standing, let's observe the moment of silence in remembrance of our two councillors who have passed on, Councillor Cheryl Sisoga and Councillor Jimmy Kambule. After that, I would request the city manager to pray for us. Let's observe few moments of silence. May their soul rest in peace. City manager, while you are standing briefly, please pray for us.
Father God, we come before you in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Firstly, noma kunje uNkulunkulu olungileyo, kodwa kusifanele ukuthi sibonge ukuthi usilondile ngezinsuku zamaholide saze sabuya siphephile nemndeni yethu. Kepha ke uNkulunkulu olungileyo siyaqonda ukuthi kukhona lo musa ongabafikelanga njengamakhansela ethu lawo esikhuluma ngawo kanye nozakwethu abangalitholanga ithuba lokuthi babuyele emsebenzini. Besisonke sinenhlelo sinamaplani ukuthi maqala unyaka sokwenze njani. Kepha uNkulunkulu olungileyo isimo asibavumelanga. Sizothi ke Nkosi yamakhosi sikhulekela imndeni yabo ukuthi iqine ngalesi sikhathi sobunzima. Iqonda ukuthi izinhlupheko zingeze sikhashana zizodlula. Kepha wena onguNkulunkulu onakekela bonke usowandisela isandla sakho phezu kwezimpilo zabo. uNkulunkulu olungileyo kubhlungu siyaveza ukukhathazeka kwethu ukuthi kuba khona izikhathi lapho kudlula khona abantu ngendlela emangalisayo. Sesizothi ke uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke sesizokhala kuwena, sizothi sekwanele. Baba wethu ingcwele uthe in the book of 2 Chronicles chapter 7 verse 14, labo ababizwa ngegama lakho uma bephenduka kokubi nasezindleleni zabo ezingalungile, bebiza igama lakho becela ukuhlengwa, wena uyakubalalela bese ubenzela umusa, uphilise izwe labo. Nangalomzuzu ke baba wethu ingcwele sizothi kuwe makukhona lapho sone khona uNkulunkulu oyingcwele, senza njengobusho ngoba singabakho ukuthi siyaphenduka lapho singazange senze khona kahle. Sizokhuleka kuwe Nkosi ukuthi ubuso bakho maphinde buphenduke bubheke ngakithi. Sicela uxolo Nkosi, kepha sizosho ukuthi lesi simo esenzakalayo sibhlungu kakhulu. Siyazi ukuthi wena onguNkulunkulu oxolelayo, wena onguNkulunkulu obanakekelayo labo abakhala kuwe uzosizwela. Siyakhuleka ke Nkosi ukuthi angabe kusaba khona khansela elifayo, angabe kusaba khona staff member esifayo, konke lokhu sicela egameni leNkosi uJesu Kristu waseNazaretha. And siyazi Nkosi ukuthi sicelile sesikufumene. Njengoba ke sazi ke Nkosi yamakhosi ukuthi unyaka lona ukhethwa izinto vele ezabekwa uwe Nkosi. Kepha siyazi ukuthi the enemy, the serpent of all, the devil, always perverse that process and always leads to confusion. uNkulunkulu oyingcwele siyalikhulekela lolu khetho ukuthi lube impumelelo. Even nama processes azolidela khona akube khona ukuthula. Wena onguNkulunkulu owakhuluma ngezwi isiphepho sifuna ukuwisa umkhumbi. Unabantwana bakho wathi peace be muzzled. Nangalomzuzu kweNkulunkulu onamandla wonke ama-altar obumnyama, even the spirit of Leviathan that always twists and turns ama-conversation, sifake ukuthi kube khona ukungezwani. Ngiyasiqalekisa ngegama likaJesu Kristu waseNazaretha. I declare and decree ukuthi kulomkhandlu weTheku kuzoba khona ukuthula. It will continue to become the most stable council. Ngenxa yokuthi siyakhuleka baba siholwa nguwe. Ngoba uTheku Proverbs 16 sibonikezela amaplani ethu kuwe, and when you will establish our ways. Mase kushiwo konke kwaqedwa kodwa mase sikhuleka kuwena moyo oyingcwele, the atmosphere shifts to positivity. There shall be peace in this council. uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke konke lokhu sicela kwelihle igama longumfeli wethu uJesu Kristu waseNazaretha. Amen.
Yes, may take a seat. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. We are now going to item 5 in terms of the order of procedure, which is the officials' announcements. Order, councillors. The municipal council is saddened by the sudden loss of 2 of its members. The late Councillor Cheryl Sisoga from the African National Congress was called to rest on the 13th January 2026 and Councillor Jimmy Kambule from the Economic Freedom Fighters, who was called to rest on the 25th January 2026. It has been a shock to lose two leaders over the short space of time. The Municipal Council convey its deepest condolences to the Sisoga and Kambule's families, their political parties, and all constituencies that they diligently served. With the sudden loss of two of our valued members, all council members are reminded to ensure that all beneficiary nomination forms from the Municipal Councillors Pension Fund are updated accordingly to avoid unnecessary delays and inconvenience to remaining family members in the event that the members passes on. Councillors that are not sure whether they'd updated their beneficiary nomination forms are requested to check the same from the Office of the Speaker. Municipal Council applaud the administration team led by the city manager and the political leadership led by His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Klaba, for going all out to stage such a successful, memorable festive season. The hard work put displayed and reminded many tourists that Durban is and will always be the best holiday destination by far. The city saw just over 1.2 million holidays makers descending the Durban shores, which translated to over 2 billion tourists spent. In all corners, media reviews were raving about the warmest place to be. That is our beautiful city, Durban. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the EThekwini for again scooping the overall winner status on the 2025 Salka Games. Congratulations to all coaches of the respective sporting codes and all teams that participated and fought to maintain the first spot in the said games, where he diligently served. In line with the approved council calendar of meetings, council members, especially committee chairpersons, are reminded to ensure that all committee meetings are convened according as per the calendar. It's being noted that deviations and change of committee dates from the calendar has rippled effects on the executive committee and council meetings. The council welcome representatives from the Auditor General's office. They are here, led by Ms. Nunku Pepu and Ms. Nomalungelo Mkhize. We will afford them an opportunity to make their presentation to council on the 2024-2025 audit outcomes. Councillors are kindly requested not to move delicate microphones from the tables, as this results in a technical fault disturbing the entire sound system for the duration of the meeting. If the mic is not working, kindly raise your hand to be assisted with the roving microphone while the technical team is checking the faults. Councillors are reminded to conduct themselves in line with the provisions of the Councillors' Code of Conduct to ensure this meeting is conducted in a dignified manner and portraying a good leadership image to the residents of EThekwini. Best wishes to all councillors who are celebrating their birthday in the month of January. Thank you very much, councillors, for your attention. As I've indicated in the announcements, again, I do want to acknowledge the presence of the delegation from the AG's office. I will invite them to come to the podium and present the audit outcomes for the financial year 2024-2025. Ms. Pepu and Ms. Mkize, they are both here. You are welcome. You can come to the podium. Thank you very much.
Ezo.
We are waiting the team from the sound system to project the presentation just for a few seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Speaker. A greeting to yourself, greetings to His Worship the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, greetings to all honorable members of council, the councillors, ngokuthobeka emakhosini wonke akhona phakathi kwe-chamber. Greetings to the city manager and to all the officials in the municipality, EThekwini Municipality. Greetings to the media, our guests, and of course to my team from the Office of the Auditor General. As indicated, I am Nomalungelo Mkize, the Business Unit Leader in the Office of the Auditor General in the KZN office. Today we are here to present to Council the audit outcomes that are found in our audit report for the year ended 30 June 2025. I will take us through the presentation that will be flighted. We will be sharing additional insights also that may not be seen within the audit report, and it is merely on an overall basis to also appraise Council. And we will then be engaging further on those matters and details in the various committees that we get invited to, the committees of council, to share then the further insights. But the main purpose today is for us to share the outcomes of the audit in the audit report. To start off, before we move to remind ourselves of our mission as the Auditor General. Our mandate does come from the Constitution as a Chapter 9 institution, a supreme audit institution of South Africa. We do exist to strengthen the country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. So all the work that we do, including sharing the insights as I stand before you today, it is to fulfill this very mission. And with that also, while we share those insights and we engage the various members of council and the various committees, it is also that we fulfill the vision or respond to our vision of being recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. As I've indicated, other than just sharing the audit outcomes and the annual reports, we share further insights as well on some of the areas that we've looked at as focus areas so that we assist council in their oversight role on matters that we believe are critical for the municipality to also fulfill their mandate of delivering services to the citizens of EThekwini. Now, this diagram, the accountability ecosystem, it is a diagram that probably most of us are now familiar with, depicting what we believe are the key role players within the local government space, but we also are showing the provincial and national government. So the bottom part speaks to local government, and the top part of the diagram speaks to national and provincial. And we do continue to use this very diagram, the accountability ecosystem, to pinpoint all those that we believe have a role to play in a local government for us to be able to respond to our culture shift strategy of shifting public sector culture to that of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. And we've also realized that this mission or this vision that we have when we speak to our strategy, it is one that we cannot achieve as the AGSA alone, and therefore require all the key role players to be responding or playing their role, whether it is legislated or their role as a moral, from a moral perspective, in ensuring that we deepen and insist on public sector accountability. As indicated, that critical to our ability to successfully deliver on this mission, we do have limitations insofar as our own resources are concerned, based by the number of people, and also in terms of the horizon that we're looking at, which is up to 2030. And how we measure whether we'll be able to succeed in this, it's to the extent that we are able to influence then all these key role players that we've identified in this ecosystem to be able to respond and to perform their roles appropriately. We are required to audit all public institutions, including this very municipality. And then we report on our findings, as I've indicated today, informing council on the quality of financial statements, performance report, and the status of compliance with legislation, and whether we have identified any material irregularities. And those are the areas that I'll also be covering today. We've also, as I've indicated earlier, have had a look at areas that would also have a contribution to municipality success, such as financial health, infrastructure development and maintenance, the control environment, including that in the information and communications technology, so those controls around their procurement and contract management, consequence management, and aspect of environmental management. We do direct our reports to council, as I stand here to deliver these outcomes, who are responsible for also approving the budgets and the performance plans of the municipality, monitoring their implementation throughout the year, and using the financial statements and the reports to also determine whether the municipality is achieving on its mandates in terms of service delivery objectives. The council also plays a significant role in oversight and dealing with any unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, fraud and corruption, and any transgressions and non-performance by the municipal manager or senior officials, so holding the city manager and officials of the municipality to account. I say all of these just to highlight the key role that council has got to play, that whilst we come and audit and deliver these outcomes, it is also on council to be able to enforce that accountability through the processes as governed in our legislation. I will not go through each and every role of the key role players in the accountability ecosystem. I think we are all attuned to that. I also just want to highlight also the focus that we've had on the role of the audit committee and internal audit unit that play also a key role in providing the independent view of the effectiveness of the municipal controls and processes that the city manager is required to have implemented throughout the year. Moving to then the following slide, we're looking at the recommendations. So where we left off in the year 23-24, we had provided a number of recommendations based on the outcomes of the year ended 30 June 2024 that we had provided to management. We've made an assessment, so we do engage with management throughout the year. We've made the assessment, and of the key recommendations, of the 5 key recommendations, 4 were in progress, and 1 was yet to be implemented. And with those that are in progress, so it's either it is in progress, implemented or not implemented, and you will see that as I go through the outcomes, whilst they have started responding to these recommendations, we are still finding repeat in terms of audit findings, because these recommendations that we had made have not been fully implemented by management. So you will see that there are areas where there are still repeat findings that then need the attention of council. On the overall audit outcomes, this gives the overall audit outcomes for the city. Overall, the city has achieved an unqualified audit opinion with findings in legislation. So with findings in compliance with legislation. So whilst the financial statements that were presented to the auditors to audit did not have material misstatements, and I think it speaks to the fully capacitated financial unit also being capacitated with persons that are adequately qualified. So whilst the financial statements that we received did not have material misstatements from a financial reporting perspective, there were findings in compliance with legislation, as you see the various colors that come in below. So the areas that we do audit, we audit the financial statements, we audit the predetermined objectives, so how the municipality is planning, implementing and monitoring insofar as service delivery objectives are concerned, and then how they comply with legislation. So those are the 3 areas that we look at when we do our audit. And the second area, insofar as predetermined objectives is concerned, which speaks to service delivery, therein we had the material findings, and you see that purple there, and the legend says it was a qualified in performance related area, which I'll touch on in a slide or 2 as to what were the concerns there. Also, looking at compliance overall, I spoke to repeat findings, and on the pink area is where we had the findings. So the material non-compliances that were identified around procurement and contract management, around expenditure management, consequence management, environmental management. We have seen some level of improvement in the strategic planning and performance management. And as I speak to the improvements that we have seen in that strategic planning and performance management, this particular slide speaks to that. There is a comparison to the performance reports that we received in 2023-2024 versus one that we received in 2024-2025, and the graph on the left is showing us the findings and where we do not have any findings. So the quality in reporting on service delivery, yes, it has shown improvement. However, that 15% is then what has resulted in the qualified outcome in the predetermined objectives. And our key areas of concern is that the achievements that were recorded in the performance reports were not aligned with the reported results for some of the indicators. Some of the indicators as well, we found that there were reported achievements, but we do not have adequate supporting evidence. So those are some of the key areas that the municipality still needs to address in order to improve on the outcome in the planning and reporting, in the performance planning and reporting aspect. The findings that we did raise were primarily caused, as I said, by supporting documentation or evidence to certain indicators not being maintained or not being accurate to support what was reported in the annual report that was given to us. There were 4 indicators that had misstatements, so we've had a reduction in the number of indicators that had misstatements, and the 4 is the infrastructure leakage index, the percentage of wastewater treatment capacity unused, number of fully subsidized housing units allocated, and the percentage of reported pothole complaints resolved within the standard municipal response time. So those will also be included in the audit report, so once it is out as published by the municipality. So these are the areas wherein we found the misstatements sitting in that 15% if you look at the graph, and then had the impact in the overall outcome under predetermined objectives. And then the 2 slides that, sorry, the slide here speaks to those indicators that I have just mentioned. But also we want to highlight or bring the attention of council to what we also focus on in assessing performance of the municipality, or how they plan and report around a performance, the targets achieved versus the budget spent. There has been improvements, I think, over the past 2 years insofar as the alignment. However, there is still a slight misalignment if you look at targets achieved of 87.27% and the budget spent of 96%. So it's always good to be able to zoom in into those areas to understand what then causes those misalignments from the budget spent versus the targets achieved. Then moving to the slide that speaks then on compliance. So I've already touched on the 2 areas, or the 1 area in the predetermined objectives, the financial statements. There were no material misstatements. We now look at compliance. And again, if you look at this table, in compliance, I did indicate the areas that were in pink in my initial graph. And here you will see that the municipality still, in the last 3 years, has struggled or has not responded or implemented fully the recommendation to respond to concerns around procurement and contract management. So this is the SCM area. Expenditure management, and this mainly speaks to payment of creditors within the 30 days. You'll see when I speak to financial health as well, some of the average number of days it takes for the municipality to pay creditors. And also the area, again, consequence management. We have seen improvement in investigations being done. However, it is about the implementation then of the recommendations from those investigations that also we are seeing as a challenge, but I'll speak to that also later when I speak to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then again, the environmental management area, where we also have non-compliances, material non-compliances, and some of these have led to us raising material irregularities for those non-compliances. In the following slide, it then just zooms into the weaknesses in procurement and contract management. So these are the ones that we would have picked up during our audit, where we found 4 instances in uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. Again, you will see the legend, it speaks to a material or a repeat material finding. The prohibited awards to employees and councillors of 6.16 million. We had 3 instances in that case that we found as the auditors. And the prohibited awards to other state officials was 18 instances of 3.63 million, and irregular expenditure related to other SCM non-compliances, 311 million. A repeat material finding, and this will link back to the slide before when I spoke to procurement and contract management issues. So really it's just to highlight where these instances sit. So in the drafting of the audit action plan, what then the council will need to be monitoring insofar as response to these cases is concerned, and how management is responding to these findings. Next, I want to speak to irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure. So we only are showing these two because the municipality did not have unauthorized expenditure. So they were able to spend within what was budgeted for, and we did not identify any unauthorized expenditure. However, there are concerns around, or there are continuing concerns around irregular expenditure. So we've shown the numbers from 2022 to 2023, all the way to 2024, 2025. In the year that we are speaking to, in the delivery of this report, the municipality sits or has incurred irregular expenditure for the year of 4.481 billion. Mainly and then we've just shown a breakdown of where the contributors are of that 4.48, and this is incurred in the 1 year. So the section 36 deviation, so your emergency procurement of 1.3 billion, there was splitting of orders, 325 million, there's local content of 1.9 billion, and then the plumbers contracts of 799 million. So the amounts that come from the previous year, 2023, 24 into 24, 25, yes, the majority sits with the local content, and these are some of the contracts that already been concluded that would also be running their time. However, the concern is that the amount that is incurred in the year is still large if you look at the other irregular expenditure that was reported and as identified in the 2024-2025 year. Also, what is of concern for us as the auditors and what we've picked up is then how leadership deals with irregular expenditure. Insofar as investigations, the write-offs or condoning recoveries of any financial losses. So you will see from whether there was any condonation of irregular expenditure or monies recovered or in the process of recovery, we're sitting at 0. So that's 0%. We have got 43% that has been written off of 2.4 billion. And we still have a balance of 3.2 billion that has yet to be dealt with. We are finding that there are some of the identified irregular expenditure that is not reaching MPAC for investigation. There has been slow progress as well in the investigations and concluding on the investigations to be able to then have the outcomes and deal with the recommendations that come from those investigations. And this really speaks to also sometimes the investigations are done at MPAC, but the progress from the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board in investigating these cases recommended for further investigations and consequence management. So there's slow progress where there needs to be further investigations or consequences management once it has been investigated. So that is also why you have that non-compliance insofar as consequence management is concerned, that while some investigations are happening, it is then the processes thereafter that are not taking place, or they slow progress in that. So I think this is one area, as I alluded to at the beginning, looking at the accountability ecosystem insofar as the role of council oversight in the area of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred for the year sits at 67 million. It relates to interest on late payments, penalties on licenses not renewed timeously, and payments to suppliers for work that has not been completed to specification. So also those that are coming through, again, any monies recovered or in the process of recovery sits at 0%. We've had a write-off, 4% of the balance has been written off, and this is the cumulative balance, so from all the years, only 4% we said was written off from the balance that would have been there at the end of 23-24. So we've got an amount of 81 million as the overall balance in fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has not yet been dealt with, and that's 96%. So again, we are looking to a process of moving swiftly with investigations in this area to be able to deal with them at 96%. And if you look at the fact that you've got 81 million, the closing balance, and you've incurred 67 million in the 1 year, I think there is a need to respond to that. Just also a note is that in some of these, we do have at times where management is still looking at our findings where they're not agreeing, and therefore those would not have been sent to AMPAC for investigations. However, the key message in that particular slide is that these need to be investigated swiftly, consequences management implemented so that those numbers are dealt with, and consequence management where implemented becomes a deterrent for anyone that may either not going to perform and cause irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the municipality. In this particular slide, we then speak to the financial health of the municipality. On the revenue side, so what the municipality is collecting as revenue of concern is the average debt collection period has grown by a day from previous year, now sits at 116 days. So on average, it takes municipality 116 days to collect monies from customers that they have billed. 66% of the accounts receivables has been provided, which means it is doubtful, or it may be that they may not be able to collect that amount of money. So from whatever the balance is in billed or debtors, they may not be able to collect 66% of those based on history and the outlook also in the economy and the customers in the debtors book. So when then you are unable to collect all that you bill, it then places pressure on your finances to be able to then use that money for delivery of service and for paying contractors and service providers on time. And we see that when you look at the second block, where it speaks to the average creditor payment period that sits at 92 days. Legislation says you must be paying your creditors within 30 days. And the municipality sits at 92 days as an average creditor payment period. The spend on repairs and maintenance currently sits at 5%, so that is the spend on repairs and maintenance of the infrastructure of the municipality. Again, when you are unable to collect or there is insufficient funding for such expenditure, the challenge is that you need your infrastructure to be able to deliver services, but also from a revenue potential to be able to raise the revenue that you need as a municipality. Total capital expenditure was at 10%, which is in line with the norm. And the water losses, again, are still of concern, sitting at 58%. And the electricity distribution losses at 11%. The challenge with those water losses and distribution losses is the potential revenue that is not realized. We then looked at the impact, or just highlighted the impact. The municipality did close on a surplus, so the total revenue exceeded the expenditure. And I think it also speaks to the fact that we do not see any unauthorized expenditure as well. The collection period, as I say, it has deteriorated by a day from 115 days to 116 days, indicating that there may be risks to cash flow that the municipality does have, as also it is not as quick to realize the cash required for services if it's all tied up in debtors. And the impairment, or at least the provision of what you may not be able to collect, has grown from 63% in 2024 to the 66% in 2025. So also speaking to that recoverability and the risk that then faced the municipality. And I've already spoken to the creditor payment period that is then also impacted by the fact that you are managing, cash flows, and the creditors are not being paid on time. So that is on the financial health of the municipality as we've assessed it. On the information technology environment, the key message here really is that we need to be in a position where the ICT or IT needs to be a key enabler of service delivery and address issues or matters of efficiency in service delivery to the municipality. Our findings are highlighting risks that would hinder the municipality from achieving this, and including also at times a risk of financial losses around where there are weaknesses in the IT environment. There are a number of observations that we have made. The matters of ICT governance remains fragmented and inconsistently applied when you look at the ICT division and the electricity ICT divisions. So there is some silo mechanism or way of doing things and the decision making as well, and it weakens the enterprise oversight, so the whole organizational oversight as well. The municipality also continues to rely heavily at times on prolonged estimated billing for water and electricity meters, and increases the risk of possible misstatements in revenue and the inaccuracies in customer billing. Critical service delivery functions in housing, water, sanitation, electricity also remain highly dependent on manual spreadsheets, meaning that there may be errors as well, and this will impact on the rate at which you are able to respond to matters of service delivery around whether it be delivery of housing and knowing the correct beneficiary lists and the like. So there's little automation in that area and integration, and also at projects we do find that integration comes through where the information where there's delivery of housing not being passed through to water and sanitation for the connections, and all instances like that, which I'll touch on a little bit later. We've also noted that there are outdated and vulnerable IT infrastructure present at the municipality, including servers that are in critical condition, that may pose a risk in system stability, data integrity, and also business continuity. So those are areas that need to be looked at from an IT environment perspective. And also the underfunding in relation to strategic ICT initiatives as well. I spoke to IT needs to be an enabler of service delivery and not merely a support or the back office. It needs to assist the municipality in efficiencies and service delivery. So the funding as well must be speaking to that, and we found that there are gaps there. And also there are some deficiencies that do remain unresolved. Approximately 77% of our prior year findings have been re-reported, and some of them are related to the legacy systems. Until those are addressed, those findings will keep coming up, and I've listed the impact on the right, in that service delivery may be impacted by having weaknesses and deficiencies in your IT environment. There's risk exposure, such things as cybersecurity, cyber attacks, that may also lead to financial losses and system failures, and therefore a risk in service delivery. And where digital transformation is also stalled due to limited funding or siloed ICT leadership, it also then delays the modernization and the benefits that could be derived by the municipality from enabling efficiency and future-ready municipality. We've then posed some recommendations to management to then look at and implement. The next area, as I indicated, that other than looking at those three areas, we look at value add such as ICT environment, we look at infrastructure delivery. So on this particular screen, it lists the projects that we visited. We look at all the areas: electricity, water and sanitation, roads. So we visited those areas: the Oosterville substation, we visited EThekwini Phase 1 housing project, Ntuzuma Reservoir 2 and 5 water pump station, Mahatma Gandhi wastewater emergency works, Solomon Mahlangu Drive, the Phase 1 upgrade, and Isibaya Notes 2 and 5, and then Mkizwana water treatment work. So those are the various projects that we have visited. And we then had just some information on those projects. Whilst we do not list the findings on each and every project, what we have found is there are some repeat findings or areas that not have been adequately addressed, and that do keep coming up when you have visits to projects. We have summarized our key concerns and key findings insofar as the infrastructure and project management is concerned. So we have found that there are still poor project management practices, which were pervasive on all the projects that we visited. Ineffective internal coordination that create the systemic barriers to efficient infrastructure management. Again, it's the working in silos at times within the municipality that is also impacting on infrastructure delivery on the ground. A lack of proactive maintenance. So whilst we look at new infrastructure or the newly built infrastructure, we also look at the condition assessment from a repairs and maintenance perspective, and we found that there was a lack of proactive maintenance. There's poor planning, there's oversight gaps, and also the underfunding, which I also spoke to. You will see that the repairs and maintenance budget was at 5%. The norm, as per Treasury recommendations, is at 8% of a property, plant and equipment budget. The root causes we've identified: deficiencies from systemic governance and operational weaknesses in the municipality over their infrastructure projects and maintenance, including there's inadequate strategic planning and prioritization, weak accountability enforcement by leadership. So whether it's accountability within the municipality or even with the contractors that are working for the municipality in delivery of these infrastructure projects, there's poor project and maintenance management, the funding and budget misalignment, there's lack of internal coordination in the municipality's organizational structures to respond to infrastructure delivery requirements. And of course, the impact, as I indicated, you need the infrastructure to be able to deliver services from a revenue potential as well. So when you're not addressing matters of infrastructure, whether delivering new infrastructure or condition assessment, it then undermines the municipality's ability to deliver the services. Unresolved defects that include sewer outflows, water leaks, and defective street lights, and the basic services that we are finding in some of the housing projects that we visit that are being handed over to beneficiaries. Those are some of the impacts from the lack of coordination, the maintenance backlogs and environmental hazard as well. that will continue to compromise infrastructure resilience and also public trust. And I indicated earlier on that in some of these where there are non-compliances from an environmental perspective, we've raised material irregularities then on. We've then just detailed some recommendations which we have shared with management, have discussed them in detail with management to be able to respond to or have action plans that then council will be able to monitor through the year. And that then brings me to the material irregularities. As a reminder, as the objectives of the MI process is to either directly or indirectly recover resources that are lost to the state and taxpayers and ensure that there's application of consequences management for wrongdoing. Our enforcement strategic goal is focused on the manner in which and the results that we achieve in implementing the provisions of the Public Audit Act as was amended in relation to material irregularities. As envisaged in our democratic society, those charged with accountability for public resources must act decisively and in accordance with the law to prevent or recover the loss of public resources. And through our audit, we do identify instances or material irregularities of non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of a fiduciary duty that is identified during the audit that is performed under the PAA that may result. So I think key here is that it may result in a financial loss, or it has already resulted in a financial loss, misuse of a public, misuse or loss of a material public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. We make recommendations to management. The material irregularity is notified to the accounting officer. They are given an opportunity to respond. We do an assessment on that response, on the actions that are planned, whether they will be appropriate to resolve the MI, and where they are, we will monitor the implementation of those actions. And if then they are appropriately implemented, the material irregularity may be resolved. However, if those actions as planned will not respond to the material irregularity, or whatever actions would have been assessed as appropriate, but the implementation is not happening, it is then assessed that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate action, which then moves us to invoking our powers, whether we are referring matters to another public body. So we've had referrals, whether to another department, whether to another investigative body to then investigate further the material irregularity. We may also include recommendations in the audit reports or remedial action, which is binding on the accounting officer, which is then monitored, or issue a certificate of debts. And I'm sure as we sit here, we would have heard of the first certificate of debts that was issued against an accounting officer in one of the municipalities in South Africa. We may have a combination of all of those, so it is not that one happens separately from the other. It may be that the matter requires a combination of those. So just a reminder of what a material irregularity process looks like. And then I'll jump to this slide that then speaks to the material irregularity process insofar as EThekwini Municipality is concerned. So of the 8 material irregularities that have been issued to the municipality, 2 have been successfully resolved, and the municipality then the other 6 are still in progress, and some have also been they've also been referred to another public body. As in the bullet number 2, we've referred to the Department of Water and Sanitation as they relate to an area that they deal with. And one that is relating to the community ablution blocks at the Wadabega transit camp, that appropriate actions are being taken to address the material irregularities. So we are monitoring the implementation of those actions, and then we will report in the next cycle. And then it just tells us of another one that was issued to the accounting officer in respect of loss of revenue due to water meters that are not repaired or maintained. So we've got a material irregularity in that area. And another one that was issued in November 2025. And at the time of reporting and closing of the audit, it was not yet due for response. So again, that will be reported in the next cycle if it has not yet been dealt with. So for council, what we are looking for is that there is the monitoring on the implementation of the material irregularity action plans by the accounting officer through regular reporting by the accounting officer, and holding him accountable to then respond to those material irregularities so that they are then resolved and we no longer have harm to public or the institution, and prevent further financial losses in the cases where the material irregularity was relating to a financial loss to the municipality. This particular slide, I will not go in detail. I've sort of touched on in the previous slide, but it gives you then those material irregularities and the status thereof. And as I move to closing my presentation on the outcomes, it is looking at the call to action that from the work that we have done in identifying the root causes, the lack of monitoring and oversight over compliance in particular and predetermined objectives, from the systemic governance and operational weaknesses over infrastructure projects and maintenance, and the lack of accountability and consequences. We have then given recommendations to the city manager, and I want to draw your attention to the recommendations that we are leaving with council, our call to action to council, that there should be effective monitoring of performance against service delivery targets and transparency over budget utilization. We saw when I went through the slide of the performance and the budget versus target, and doing that to effectively have a meaningful impact on the residents of eThekwini. Council must be requesting regular progress reports from management on the audit findings relating to audit of financial statements, annual performance reports, and compliance with legislation. And officials must be held accountable for any non-implementation of the audit action plan. The action plan does need to have a clear allocation of an official to an action, and it has to have a timeline. We've also shared recommendations to His Worship the Mayor to actively monitor the implementation of the action plans, ensuring that issues that are raised in prior AGSA audit reports are addressed, and strengthening of this oversight will be critical to improving the audit outcomes and overall municipal performance. And also the Mayor should ensure or the Mayor should effectively exercise oversight over the municipal service delivery targets to ensure that targets are met and budgets are being utilized optimally. It would be amiss for me also, or for us not to share recommendations that we've made to the internal audit unit and the audit committee, and also in particular, as I stand before council, MPAC, that internal audit should assess the adequacy of the action plans that are going to be developed by or have been developed by management, to ensure that they are addressing the root causes as identified of the audit findings. The audit committee must monitor the implementation of the audit action plan, and MPAC should continue instilling a culture of good governance through timeous investigations of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And it does require the support of functional and effective disciplinary boards to enable accountability and enforce consequence management. We must mention that in our findings, we've also found that the processes of investigation as MPAC is concerned, and we have noted some good practices that when they are not satisfied with investigation, they do send it back to the CIIU to further investigate. So we just want to also highlight that we don't come with only the negative findings, but where there are good practices, those then must be continued so that we effectively deal with the lack of accountability and consequences that we have found in the municipality. And with that, Speaker, I'd like to thank the opportunity to present the audit outcomes and also members of council for giving me an ear, and we will be here for any questions of clarity on the report. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It has become a norm that after this presentation has been made, we invite questions of clarities from council members. We don't allow councillors to debate the presentation because the report will be further interrogated or engaged at a committee level, that where you'll be given sufficient chance to engage the report. I will just note hands for questions of clarities, then the AG team will respond, then we'll proceed with our meeting. Those who want to engage or to ask questions, please raise your board and make sure that we are visible so that you'll be noted. I will start from my left as usual. Councillor Mthethwa will be number 1. I can see your board at the back. Your board will be number 2. Thank you for that. Then you'll be number 3. McPherson number 4. Sbia is number 3. Then don't forget your number. Then there is Councillor Mwango. Will be number 5. Then Councillor is Pillay, right? Councillor Pillay and Councillor Van der Reid. You'll be the last in the first set of questions. In that order, Nyambosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome the Mayor, who is late as always. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Speaker, we do note the report and we thank the AG for the presentation. I just have 2 questions of clarity. Forgive me. The AG flagged non-payment of contractors or creditors within 30 days. How severe is that lapse? Would you classify it as material findings against the municipality? That's question number 1. There was also something said about prohibited awards to employees and councillors of the municipality. What awards are those? Would you be able to cite examples of those prohibited awards? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 2.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Speaker, esteemed councillors. Thank you very much to the Auditor General once again for a clear and concise synopsis of the state of affairs within EThekwini. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think we need quite a lot of prayer in EThekwini. But my question of clarity is the following. Is the Auditor General empowered by law to report some of these findings directly directly to an enforcement and an investigation agency, such as the public protector. One would see that there are quite a few financial and other systemic service delivery issues that have come out of this Auditor General's findings. And we would seemingly, as a city, not be able to deal with it because we haven't dealt with it for 3 years. So can the Auditor General report this to a further investigative authority? We would look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sibonge Speaker. Auditor General has been previously known to be a toothless dog, but now we do know that they've been empowered by legislation in order for them to be able to issue the certificates of debt to the accounting officer. So maybe briefly, can they please take us through the process? What does it take for the accounting officers to be held accountable and be issued with the certificate of debt? Because our problem across the country, not just in EThekwini, is consequence management. It's like every year we sit here, we listen. It's like a broken record every year.
Councillor.
So we just want to know, Guti, what will it take?
Listen.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, when the speaker interject you while we are on the floor, it means we have to stop talking and listen from the speaker so that he guide the meeting properly. Yeah, confine yourself to a question, not to a debate. Conclude your question, please.
Ngiyabonga, sengiqedile, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. If I was the mayor, I would have been late as well. That was one of the poorest, that was a fail for this report. My question is to the AG, and I have 3 questions, which you'll all find interesting. Our debt, our uncollected debt, AG, stands, well, it's probably more than 43 billion. If I use your mathematical equation, which I agree with, of 66% is not collectible, that would mean of the 43 billion, only 28 billion is likely collectible. My question is that a number that you would agree with? And would that be a likely consequence of a decline in maintenance of infrastructure, late payment to creditors, a cutback on urgent infrastructure needed, in particular sewage and water, and importantly, AG, would it affect our credibility when looking for loans? The next question is, did you make reference, AG, in particular, did you use the word the accounting officer not taking action? I just wanted clarity. While you did that, I Googled accountant officer. I want to be sure that this is what the accountable officer is. It's the municipal manager who's responsible for the administration, daily operations.
But Councillor McPherson.
No, I want
Yeah,
clarity.
no, order.
If we're talking
Order,
about
no.
the same person.
Order, let's do this. Again to you, once the speaker interfere with your presentation or question, you must listen. You are now on the second question. Please confine yourself to the questions, not be tempted to engage to a debate of the presentation. I request you to
Yes.
do that. Yeah.
Speaker, I was absolutely clear.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, when we talk about the accounting officer,
Yeah.
are we referring to the municipal manager?
Thank you.
And my last question is, you skirted around it. Did you find any evidence, factually, of fraud and theft, and there have been no consequence management on those instances in particular? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, AG, for the presentation. want to move quickly to clean audit, but understanding which ones are the biggest. On KPIs, how serious is this risk that council is making decisions based on unreliable performance data? On water loss, from AG's perspective, is this primarily a governance issue, infrastructure funding issue, or operational management issues? On irregular expenditure, you did touch on the issue around leadership needed to deal with this issue as a major concern on your side. I want to understand what percentage of this is a repeat behavior versus new incidents. And also, in your own assessment, is MPEC sufficiently capacitated to investigate and conclude cases timeously? I would also want to understand from your perspective, with experience from other municipalities as well, whether does MPEC really perform oversight while also politically conflicted in most cases, because they are also politicians.
Yeah, but I think your question is misdirected. If you direct that question to AG, because they can't formulate an opinion on politicians that are conflicted. I think the last question, you have to rephrase it or maybe put it another way because they can't comment on that.
Okay, ngiyabonga Somlomo, mhlawumbe ngizama ukubuza ngesiZulu. Ngokubheka kwakho nesipiliyoni mawuqhathanisa nje, ingabe ikhona indlela iMPEC engasebenza ngayo ukunyusa izinga le-oversight? When it comes to procurement and contract management, are these systematic control failures or isolated incidents? And at what management level do these weaknesses primarily sit? Understand the log. On the issue of financial cash flow, from AG's view, it is surplus masking a deeper cash flow risk. Ngusho lokhu ngoba the municipality recorded a surplus, yet liquidity pressures remain. And how concerning is the data impairment rate and long collection period in relation to long-term financial sustainability? And lastly, move National Treasurer Circular 88 from SDBIP. I will be happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the AG's report. I just have two questions. The first one is based on the irregular and fruitless expenditure. And I want to zoom into Section 36 deviations. That is 1.3 billion rand as reflected in the report. And I would like the AG to seek clarity. I seek clarity from the AG in the sense that not all are all Section 36 awards irregular, because I know that is used through our SCM processes in an emergency, and is it a bad thing for it to be reflected as irregular? I seek clarity on that. And the other two items is on the splitting of awards of 325 million rand. Is that every award that was picked up by yourself on a test basis, or was it done on a holistic basis? Are there more awards that you may have not picked up, but just the awards that you have picked up that were split is what you're reporting on? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the plumbing contract of 799 million rand, I would like to know how that came about as being irregular from the AG. Thank you.
Thank you. Pandirate, you are the last one, the first set.
Thank you, AG, for this nice report. 4 questions though. IT management in other municipalities, obviously you've got oversight to what goes on in other municipalities as well. How can we learn from that or integrate that in our municipality that we've got better oversight with IT systems and that? What do other municipalities do that we are not doing? Then the second is the debt write-off. Not sure if you are aware that councillors benefited directly from the debt write-off that this municipality did as well. It's just gets frowned upon. Then the third question, CIPC board access. Can you perhaps maybe help us? I mean, considering all the debt that we've written off and there's no consequences, that maybe councillors or municipal employees can get access to the CIPC records to monitor and check companies and intellectual properties. I mean, we know our people in the municipality, the companies in the municipality, so that we can pick up earlier on these things before they come to 4 billion and it gets written off and there's no consequences. So maybe we can stop it before it happens and we can have access to our CIPC reports as councillors. And then the last one is also in your position as AG, you've got privy to these books. The National Treasury and parastatal debt sitting at 2 billion. How is our economy going? Should we be concerned? Is there money? Coming back to what Councillor McPherson says, I mean, we're sitting with outstanding household debt of, what is it, 43, outstanding debt is 43 billion, and 75% of that is household debt that's been coming along for the last 3 years, increasing year on year by 7.2, 7.4.
Councillor, don't debate, just ask questions, please. Yeah.
How is the rest of the country's financial record? Should we be concerned? I'm just worried that we cannot, that we need to put plans in place to deflect that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I think AG will cope with these questions, but I want to take the second and last set of questions. Then after that, I close. I will then invite AG to respond to all the questions. Then we proceed with our agenda. The second and the last set of questions, if there are any council members who want to raise questions. You can raise your board so that you are all accommodated. Okay. Thank you. There are no hands this side. It's Councillor Mvubu. Yes, you are number 1. Then Councillor Peskin, number 2. Yeah, then on my far right, there's no one. Then Councillor Madala will be number 3. Then His Worship, the Mayor, will be
make a statement at the end, Speaker. Thanks.
There's Barbara there. Yeah. Then in that order, the last set of questions.
No, thank you, Speaker. I just have one question for the AG. We, as council, make recommendation that there must be a recovery, depending on the reports that we are processing, right? Now, I just want to find out, where does it get to stuck? Because she says on the reports, recommendations are being made, there's a recovery must be done, but somehow, somewhere, it just gets lost within the cracks. So is there any mechanism that can be employed so that we can ensure, as council, to implement those recommendations that there must be recovery? Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Speaker. The report reflects that 66% of our debtors are probably unrecoverable, which equates to about 30 billion rand. If that is the case, is the municipality not technically insolvent and should be put into administration? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Madlala. You are not audible. Sound system, can you please assist Councillor Madlala?
Mtaka Mpemba la usevele wanginceda kakhulu ngomboko inkosi.
greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, members of Council. I have one question for the AG, but well, thank you very much for the report, and it's refreshing to see Imbogodo Isbambele. Thank you very much. In light of our journey towards the achievement of the clean audit, our city has done 4 things, and I want to, my question is going to be based on that. One is that we realize that there are issues with regards to our systems, and we are embarking on a journey to digitize our systems and to consolidate our systems, because there was fragmentation which was causing some of the problems with regards to reporting in line with the M-score. Secondly, this council has taken a resolution that all audit logs must be divided and allocated to.
I'm following your
I'm going to a
point
question.
closely, but I can see that
There's going to be a question. I can assure you, Speaker. There's going to be a question.
I will prefer a question instead of repeating what AG has already said. But I'm following you.
Yes, Speaker. This is actually a question.
Okay, thank you.
There's going to be a question mark at the end. This council has allocated all audit logs to support committees for monitoring and oversight. It has, this council also taken a decision that it must receive quarterly reports from the accounting officer of consequence management, both coming from the financial misconduct board, disciplinary board,
Speaker.
and internally.
Speaker.
Lastly,
Yes.
I think if you're going to allow Councillor Madlala to engage the report, allow all of us, because Madlala is telling us what the council has done. We can also tell what the council has not done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Although you are raising an important point, but you have not followed the proper procedure.
No.
Order of getting the attention from the speaker. Now, ngoba ndonyaka uyaqala, nathi lapha friend, but let's not do that. Councillor Madlala, as you learn to the question.
yes. Lastly, on the agenda today, there's an item on it's a first of its kind, where we are tracking all council resolutions to see.
No, Councillor Madlala,
Yes.
no.
The question then is.
Yeah, Councillor Madlala, you're going to forfeit your right to ask a question.
My apologies.
If you continue to disobey the guidance from the speaker.
My apologies,
you will
Speaker.
forfeit your right.
Here is the question then, Speaker. The question is that the AG has a global view of other metros of a similar size and maybe of a similar context. Do they think these efforts are enough in pushing us towards a clean audit, or there is more that we need to do, and if they could advise this council beyond what is noted in the recommendations? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Barbara Fontaine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Mr. Speaker, and hello, the Mayor.
Can you please speak closer to your microphone?
Thank you. I wanted to find out from the Auditor General who determines the value for money, because we always get reports and we debate that item all the time when we're determining the value for money. Who determines the value for money? That is one. Otherwise, I think just a general statement that MPAC has done a beautiful work, and we would like to see this continuing. And
No,
also,
Councillor Papa. Yeah.
and also,
No, listen. When the speaker speak while we are being on the floor, you have to stop speaking. We are asking questions. We are not engaging the AG. Now, I want to appeal to all of you that you will be given a sufficient chance to engage the report at a committee level. Can you please confine yourself to a question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, done.
No, I wanted to ask the question to the Auditor General that please can she make a statement to the effect that, that it does not necessarily mean that there is corruption if we write off, because every time we have to write off something, I find that these councillors here are lost.
Okay.
So if the Auditor General can please clarify that
Comment
matter.
on that, okay. Thank you. Yeah, Your Worship, you are the last person.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I thought I should use this opportunity to thank the AG, Speaker, for her presentation this morning, and say on behalf of the city, we have made several commitments to try and improve the situation. We were saying that on behalf of the city, we wish to strengthen oversight and accountability. We are saying that the city commits itself to reinforcing oversight over administration led by the city manager, to ensure effective monitoring of corrective actions, addressing repeat compliance deviations, irregular expenditure, and slow progress in consequence management. Oversight mechanism will be strengthened through regular reporting, executive committee engagements, and tighter performance monitoring of senior management. 2, improvements to ICT operations and governance. The city commits itself to supporting the establishment of a unified executive-led ICT oversight framework to ensure alignment across all ICT divisions, including the Information Management Unit and Electricity ICT. The city will prioritize funding for critical ICT initiatives and accelerate system integration and automation to improve service delivery, data reliability, and operational efficiency. 3, improved infrastructure management. The city, Speaker, commits to decisively intervene to address the deterioration of existing infrastructure and weaknesses in current projects. This includes aligning budgets to actual funding needs, strengthening integrated...
Yes, Councillor Ngongo, Worship Ngongo.
Speaker, the mic, oh, speaking now. Speaker, can we request that we get answers before the speech, because now we're getting lost in terms of following our questions.
Okay.
Because now the mayor is doing a speech, which I thought is going to ask questions. So we didn't hear that you are allowing him to address us. I don't mind him addressing us, but can we get answers from AG, then he can address us.
Okay, now, thank you. AG will respond. But I wanted the mayor to make comments on the report. It's important, listen, it's important. I will explain this later. It's important that as a responsible head of the institution, if we receive a report like this, members of the public would love to hear from him. I'm allowing him to make comments deliberately because we are discussing a very important matter. Your Worship, as you conclude, before I invite AG to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying on infrastructure management, improving infrastructure management. The city commits to decisively intervene to address the deterioration of existing infrastructure and weaknesses in current projects. This includes aligning budgets to actual funding needs, strengthening integrated planning, and implementing a proactive infrastructure maintenance program to reduce operational risk and service delivery further. Lastly, Speaker, on monitoring and addressing slow progress, the city commits itself to continuous monitoring of progress in addressing significant audit findings relating to compliance, performance reporting, and infrastructure management. The accounting officer will be expected to enforce accountability, including taking appropriate action against senior management where slow progress or persistent control weaknesses are identified. These are commitments I've made to the AG on behalf of this city. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, AG. AG, you can start responding to the questions.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I do hope that I will do justice in trying to respond to all. There are a number of them. I won't respond to each and every one, but we've tried to theme them together. So I think let us start with, because some of them, I must say, as much as you indicate, I am quite qualified to respond to them, from the economy to overview of South Africa and all the metros in the country. Some of this information will be found, as you are aware, in our websites when we issue our general report. So where then you start seeing the good practices in the other metros, and some of the challenges which may be similar or the same, that then the recommendations that we would have also shared with those municipalities through the audits, they will also be shared. So we are in the process of consolidating for all the metros, the findings, the best practices, and that will be information that will be contained in the general reports, which in due time will be published in our website. I think a lot of the questions are speaking to what can council do to deal with matters that they are a challenge, from SCM related matters, consequences management. And I think when I spoke to the accountability ecosystem and the role of council, part of the recommendations as well that I'm sharing is that council has got a responsibility to hold management accountable. Reports must be submitted. You have got I think you do have the powers in legislation to ask for reports. How is consequences management going? What have you done with the recommendations that MPAC has given, either to effect consequence management and recovery? So where that is not happening, I think then council really needs to sit and look at what are the roles of council, what is council meant to do as legislated, and which powers are you then using or not using. So some of those questions that have arisen as I listened are really speaking to the processes that council is using for follow-ups and holding management accountable. And some of these, a lot of these you will find in legislation that you do have the powers to request the reports through the committees, or as council, they must reach council to be able to do follow-ups on consequences management. Matters of prohibited awards to employees or councillors, we do not have the list. That list needs to be then requested from management. Those awards are whether it's services that are required by the municipality. So it's not an employee award, but it's more of the services, whether it's providing services or contractors or the like. So that information, I would request that you engage with management or the various committees, and that we have shared with management to alert them to that. And I think linked to that was a question around the databases or the database of companies and the like. I think maybe it is one way you can approach the CRPC for such information, but also looking at the process that management does go through at the time of awarding. So through the procurement processes, what processes are they implementing to ensure that they minimize all those prohibited awards? Could be CIPC, it could be the payrolls and all other information. I think on the payment of creditors, we did have a slide that spoke to, it was in excess of 90 days, the average time that it takes to pay creditors, and legislated is that you should be paying your creditors within a 30-day. You will see that when the audit report is published, it does appear there as well, the area around expenditure management. So in the slide where I had the different colors for the different areas, that material finding is appearing there to speak to the non-payment of creditors within a period of 30 days. I think there were two questions that related to our, I'll call it the teeth that we were given, and whether the AG by law can report matters. I went through the process that the material irregularity as legislated, there are regulations that then guide on how we go about notifying, receiving the responses, doing the assessment, and where we are assessing that the accounting officer is not acting, or the accounting officer not implementing the appropriate action or not taking appropriate action, we do then have the option to take it on further, whether you are referring it. So we've had referrals to, I'm going to speak in general, from the AGSA office to the SIU, to the other departments, and of course, as you would know, that we do have the certificate of debt. It is a process. There are a number of days given for response from the accounting officer, very strict days given for us to assess and respond to the accounting officer to tell him or her that yes, you are implementing all your actions, you are taking appropriate actions or not taking appropriate actions, and then we are able to then take the process on. But it is a legislative process, so we have to then go as per what is regulated, and we cannot make it any faster or slower, because then we would be non-compliant. So that is then the material irregularity process, the powers that we do have insofar as referrals are concerned, and the process to get to a certificate of debt as well. I've heard of numbers. I think it speaks to the financial health. Of course, there are liquidity risks when you cannot collect most of what you are billing in any organization, in any municipality, and as indicated, the city sits at 66% of what is billed and potentially may not be collectible based on the calculations of they use. We do audit the inputs into those calculations. There is an accounting standard as well that guides as to how that calculation is done, which we then audit and then we report accordingly thereon. As to whether the city manager or the municipal manager is the accounting officer, that is indeed correct. It is the accounting officer, the city manager is the accounting officer. Evidence of fraud, where there is no consequences management. So in any findings that we have had where there are fraud risk factors, those have been reported in the management report, to which access may be gained through management. It is a report that is addressed to the accounting officer in management, and where we would have identified those that then require for either a referral, we would have then done or engaged on a material irregularity process. So I would request through you, Speaker, that those are also addressed by management insofar as the processes for those fraud related, and of course the CIU as well is in the municipality. Around SCM again, the deviation, splitting of awards. So what we have presented is our findings when we did our audits, and of course an audit is not, it is not the absolute assurance, because we cannot, from a resource perspective, time and human resources, look at every transaction. So we do look at those from a sample basis. So then our findings from our audit process is what we have spoken to. Management also goes through their own processes, and they will then disclose that as well. So the Section 36 deviations, where they do not have, or we have assessed that the reasons for emergency are inadequate or invalid, then it becomes irregular expenditure. So there are others that may be assessed as either valid or the reason is sound. And then there was a question around the plumbing contract that relates to that irregular expenditure came about. There was an old policy that the municipality was using for those contracts that was not aligned to SCM regulations in around competitiveness and fairness and the like. So again, if there is additional information on that very finding, if it can also be requested from management, but overall how the irregular expenditure came about is in relation to a policy that was not aligned to SCM as legislated or the regulations thereon. And then I think, again, recommendations, where does it get stuck? Again, I think it's a question that as council, MPAC members, when you are putting together those reports for recommendations and they're not taking place, it is then to hold a management to account to say, what have you done with those recommendations? And I think I'm unable to then give you the straight answer other than to say it needs to come from the council and management. The value for money, again, management and investigators, as you send items for investigations, part of the process should be determining then the value for money, and of course, and how it's then reported on would then give it the credibility, but that will be between also management and the investigators. For where we are picking up irregular expenditure from non-compliances, we will highlight those, and part of the process is that when we have picked up irregular expenditure, it is investigated, and part of the investigation will then to determine whether there was value for money. Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether I've covered all of them. I tried to put others together. If there's anything that I've left out, I do say my apology, but as a process as well, where there are requests from council, we do process them in the office as well to respond. Thank you.
If there are questions that have not responded fully, council members will further engage those questions at a committee level where you are expected to engage further. I will now, thank you, can take your seat. I will now invite a comment from the city manager. I have allowed the mayor as the head of the political leadership in front of our residents and council members to commit himself, like the day when he was elected here, when he took an oath in front of the people of EThekwini and God to respect the constitution and to prioritize the needs of the people of EThekwini. I will now invite the city manager to have a few comments and respond to this audit presentation, then we'll proceed. Sompis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not even going to try to speak to certain specific issues that AG has raised because we engage with them on an ongoing basis. So, but also I don't even want to commit the risk of self-preservation. But I think what is critical is that we work very well with Auditor General. We treat them as the guiding light. And the recommendations that they give us, in actual fact, in most of them, we agree that this is the way to go. For example, both Auditor General and the Audit Committee have always raised issues about the small budget allocation to IT program of the seat, and they suggest the risks, they suggest the things that we need to do. We've embraced recommendations like that. Some of them are being gradually addressed, such as ensuring that we have a single IT framework. You don't have different systems from different units in the seat, and we are in the process. We are hard at work trying to address that. The point being made here is that running an organization of this nature, you can't wake up one night and have everything topsy-turvy. Some you are able to address, but others are a function of budget availability and capacity building that matures over time. That is the point I'm trying to make. But I think another one, because I hear a lot of these things, even during the Section 76 report, they always complain about the debtors book and how it increases every year and stuff like that. I think it is important to also understand, without being defensive, the reason why we are in court with some people is because we are trying to use our debt recovery policy to get that money back. You know, and the mere fact that we've got the biggest rural and informal settlements in the city where people literally just don't pay, we do have a problem. All those things begin to affect the liquidity. And even those that are capable of paying, they are not paying. That's why we have a standing resolution to do a flat rate to ensure that we are able to collect. Those that can pay must be able to pay. Even the equitable share that we receive is not equal to be able to cover that particular aspect. So we are saying the door is open. Anybody can come through the office of the mayor or the office of the speaker to be able to get more detail about why certain things happen and why certain things do not happen. And more importantly, if they have suggestions, we'll be able to welcome that. The last point, Speaker, that I think I must highlight, which has also been raised even with the portfolio committee, the issue of the local content is responsible for 70% of our irregular expenditure. And we will have the last contract that is affected by the local content in December of this year. And then we will not have this particular problem. Other issues that are coming up, like the water contractors, those ones we accept and we have a plan. But the large chunk of it is related to the interpretation of the public procurement framework legislation at a particular point in time. But AG deemed it irregular and it continues to affect us. I thought those 2 points are important. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors, city manager. But council have to also accept the recommendation from AG. We also want to appreciate the work that we've been doing. We do want to commit, because there are weaknesses or gaps identified from side of council. Hence, formally, as a Speaker of Council, I have to accept the recommendations. But before I release you, AG, in accepting the recommendations on behalf of Council, I want to remind all of you, Council members and the members of the public, that for Council to play an effective oversight, we rely mostly on our executive committee, which is the principal committee of Council. Then the mayor becomes an individual which Council rely on to make sure that members of the executive committee, who happen to be the chairs of committees or clusters, even those who don't chair any committee, they have a responsibility to represent Council in playing that oversight. Committees of Council that are established to support the work of Council. Council can't be effective if its committees are weak. We rely on all of you council members to take these recommendations very serious for us to reach a stage where council will be viewed and be seen fully effective. It's important for us in accepting the recommendations and to remind all of you as council members and the members of the public of what is expected from you in response to these recommendations. With those few words, Thank you very much, AG, for your presentation. As I've said earlier, we commit ourselves, the mayor, myself, and the city manager, to respond and to comply with all the recommendations, and we hope that there will be improvement as we move forward. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. We have to allow this presentation sufficient time because, as we've said, area is a mirror of how the municipality is performing. We will now go back to the order of the procedure of our meeting. We are now on item number 7, which is the applications for leave of absence. The city manager will read the leave of absence, then we'll proceed. Some please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby wish to list the application for leave of absence. Councillor G.M. Gasa, indisposed from the 27th to the 28th. Councillor M.S. Nkosi on municipal business from the 26th to the 30th. Councillor M. Ishmael, indisposed for today. Councillor C.P. Dlamini, away today on personal commitments. Councillor N.A. Mkize, indisposed for today. Councillor M.H. Khan, indisposed, alongside the following councillors: I. Said, Councillor Shahid, Councillor Gumede, Councillor Pewa, Councillor Kuboni, and then Councillor Peterson requested to leave early. The following councillors have personal commitments: Councillor Mhlanzi, Councillor Singh again. So there's Councillor Singh L and Councillor Singh B. And then Councillor A. Kison requested to join late. Councillor Popat away on personal commitments. Councillor Jeff Pullen also on personal commitments. Councillor A. Pindlovu requested to leave at 12. Councillor Z. Solomon, personal commitments. Councillor R. Moses, request to leave at 12. Councillor F. Ishmael on municipal business. The following councillors are indisposed for today: Councillor Melanie Brotoseth, Councillor P.P. Dlamini, Councillor L. Kumalo, Councillor M. Madlala, Councillor X. Mweniso, Councillor N. Zondi, and then Councillor Zabashe, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor M. Ngumalo, personal commitments. Councillor Ngobo, J. Ngobo, indisposed. Councillor Njai requested to leave at 1. Councillor F. Kanyile, indisposed. Councillor Shange, indisposed. Councillor T. Ndlovu, personal commitments. Councillor S. Singh, personal commitments. Councillor Nobuth, indisposed. Councillor V.C. Klaba to join late. Councillor N.I. Webster, indisposed, alongside Councillor S.R. Madlala. Councillor Kuchwa, Councillor Kabela, and then Councillor S.D. Hlongwa, personal commitments, and Councillor L.B.S. Jali, indisposed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. I see Councillor Kavenda, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day to everyone. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the leave for Councillor Kulisa. He is present. And to please record leave of absence for Councillor D.T. Pillay. He became ill during council proceedings and he has left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor from the EFF benches.
Sorry, Councillor. And Councillor Popard is actually here. I did not submit his name in the leave. I think that was an error. Thank you.
Okay, let's make those corrections.
These councillors are indisposed. Is Councillor Police Ndlovu, Councillor Mkize Ntomvoti, is Councillor Fatima James, and Councillor Staff Kabela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then there's a hand here. Yes, you can speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can I request in the future if a city manager is reading the leave of absence, he can mention also the political parties, because there is a confusion when it comes to the surnames. You just only announce the surname and there is no political party and people stand to be confused if it's their name that is mentioned or not. Thank you.
Yeah. Hayi ngiyakuzwa kodwa nje kona khona engathi ayihambi kahle. Ukuthi angikwazi kusho ukuthi yini kodwa ikhona yona. Yes, yeah, there is Councillor Hlengwa.
Ngibingelele somlomo Councillor Ncukane Councillor Hlengwa request to leave early.
Oh, lo khulumani. Okay. Okay, there's no other. Councillors can Your Worship.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. I wish to record that I'm now, this morning I attended the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. And it's a National Assembly Portfolio Committee representing the city. We are meeting them tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillors, are all the leave of absence agreed? Thank you. Let's move to the next item, item 8, declaration of interest. Any council member to declare interest? Please raise your board. If there's any interest to be declared. Yeah, thank you very much. We will now move with speed on item 9, which is the confirmation of minutes of council meeting that was on the 4th of December 2025, the last council meeting last year. We will start with the corrections. I will not read page by page because I assume that we have already read the minutes. You can just raise your hand and direct us to a page and a paragraph where you want to make corrections. Then we'll make corrections. As we start from 5767, then the last page is 5877. Are there any corrections? Right. If there are no correction, may I have the hand that move for the adoption of the minutes? May I have the mover? Councillor Changase.
It's and I am the Speaker. I move for the adoption of the minutes, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Changase for that. Any seconder? Councillor Zondi.
Speaker, I move. But Speaker, ngicela ukuthi ukuhanjelwa amakhansela ungabe ususikhohla ukuthi nathi sizaliwe ngoJanuary. Asikhumbule nje usifisela thina baJanuary ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you for that. The minutes have been moved and seconded. Item 10, any matters arising? Ezivuka emaminithini. Aziko. Okay. Again, guided by the order of the procedure on item 11, we will start with the questions in terms of section 27 of our rules of order. The question is on page 6 from Councillor Vincent Mkize. Is Vincent Mkize present? Thank you, Kabazela. I will now invite the response from the relevant cluster or committee. Page 6, do we have a response?
Ngiyabingelela somlomo kumeya ku deputy no whip colleagues namakhosi asendlunkulu na kwi public at large. Baba somlomo siyacela ukuthi siyikomiti la community services committee sicele kumbhali walembuzo na kuinhlanganiso yonke ukuthi impendulo zakhe sizithumele kuyena nokuthi uma evuma sizifunde emhlanganweni olandelayo. Siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much. We accept that if the responses are not ready, they have to be provided to the author of the question as soon as possible, because normally those responses have to be provided in council meeting as per our rules of order. But we accept the explanation. Responses will be sent to Councillor Mkhize. Thank you for that. We will now move to...
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
No, Speaker, the request is accepted, but what I would like to know, when will be emailed to the author, those responses?
I will request the chair of the cluster so that we, at least, that those responses should be sent within the next 3 days.
He will get it on Sundays.
In the next 3 days. In the next 3 days, I roll. Thank you. We are on item 12, which are the report from the Executive Committee. I will now invite His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Klaba, to table the Executive Committee report. Your Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Mayor, colleagues in the Executive, City Manager, all members of Council, Amakosi, nomphakathi wonke. Ngiyabonga ukuthola ithuba lokuba ngithule umbiko wokuqala we-Executive Committee ukuba udingidwe ile ndlu yakho, Speaker. Ngaloko ngibonga kakhulu. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. City Manager will present the item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First report of the Executive Committee is the report of the 27th of the 1st, 2026. We start with item 1, which is the report of the Finance Committee special meeting, which was held on the 21st of the 1st of 2026. Item 1.1, mid-year budget and performance assessment report for period ended 31 December 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got a list of speakers on this item. The first speaker is from the Action SA, Councillor Mwango, with 2 minutes donated by the KZNI and MKP. Can I confirm that KZNI is present to the meeting? Please raise your board.
I think they're still talking about it.
Okay. Not here. MKP, are you present? Okay. Mwango. Oh, there's Councillor B. Mwango.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is from Councillor Pekte.
Thank you very much, Chair. The irony of it is, the irony of it is that we've got 3 reports here today, and it would have been nice if we could have had them consecutively, because the first is the AG's report, which speaks to the end of the 24-25 year. Then later we're going to be looking at the Auditor General's report, which is the first quarter, and now we're actually starting with the report of the municipality on the half year. So this is for the first 6 months of the year. It's a little bit the tail before the nose of the dog. But let's have a look at the indicators of where the municipality stood on half-year expenditure. Capital expenditure was only at 7.56% against a norm of 10 to 20%. Repair and maintenance only at 3.2% against a benchmark of 8%. So all those tankers standing there because they've not been fixed, because we're not spending money. Cash on hand. Now later we were going to see in the AG report, they were very concerned when we had 18 days cash on hand. At present we're sitting with 14 days cash on hand. That's half a month. The norm should be somewhere between 1 and 3 months. Water losses. The norm is 15 to 30%.
According to this report, we are sitting at 52.82%, but before we get too excited, an unsanitized report that circulated earlier this week put it closer to 60.9%. So that's even higher than what the AG had at 58% for the previous financial year. Electricity should be 7 to 10%. We're sitting at 12.01%. Unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure should be at 0. We're at 1.42%. Now, people might think 1.42 is nothing, but if you're working in billions, it's a lot. Now, what is and then our creditors that should be paid at 30 days are sitting at 50 days. It looks like it's slightly better than what the AG said we were in the previous year when we had 92 days. But it's escalated. The creditors in the same period on the previous year were 222 million that were outstanding more than 30 days. We've now increased to 1.7 billion. So that's a 151% increase. Now, what is the result of that? It means we are not paying our contractors on time. The accounts are slipping into 90 and 120 days. We are unable to afford or require the services of the plumbers and the electricians out there. And then we wonder why the people are breaking down the doors of Florence Mkhize earlier this week, because as plumbers clearly indicated, they have not been paid. So the areas are without water. Now recall I said the expenditure on repair maintenance is low. The tankers are not able to service that areas. And what do you see? Absolute chaos. But next month we will see an adjustment budget, and we're going to hear about savings, which are not actually savings. It just means we're reprioritizing, and there's something else we're not fixing, because the reality is our debt collection is 116 days, 66% of what we're not going to get. And reality is we're on a downward spiral. The question earlier was from one of our colleagues, the administration part of it. I think that's a reality coming up. Food for thought. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. I'm allowing you to speak on assumption that you were outside for good reasons.
Yes.
You were not outside mobilizing a protest. It's an assumption that you were outside for
Content creator.
good reason. But before you speak, the minutes from KZNIP, it looked like they're not here. It means we have only a minute from MKP. Right? You can speak. Is KZN present?
Order Speaker.
No. I'm not taking point of order. Mwango is recognized. I'm just confirming whether KZNIP is part of the meeting.
Uyamsabisa ingake phakamisa uyamsabisa.
Now, Mwango, you have only 1 minute from MKP. Thank you.
But Speaker, ukhona meeting in?
Let's not argue. Let's not argue. Please speak.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Ngikukhonzile mina. Kodwa ke Speaker, I think firstly, as we look at this report, coming from the speech by the AG, it should start really to open amehlo, kithi sonke as council, the importance of playing proper oversight. I think it's high time where really as councillors, we stop coming here for singing, but do proper oversight, because there is no way we can hold officials accountable, as AG was saying, when people come just to sing and say agree
But when
without.
we're here, normally we sing the national anthem. Now, you are suggesting that you should not sing the national anthem.
No, I mean
Proceed,
singing.
proceed.
I mean singing in the context of Gwede Mantashe. Now, Chair, this report reflects the serious issue around our cash flow in the municipality. I won't repeat what's been said by previous speaker. But Chair, Speaker, when you look at the cash versus cost coverage ratio is sitting at 0.5, that should be a major concern for this council, because it means we are not going to be able to pay these service providers, let alone that we don't pay them in 30 days' time. But the fact that now we have cash in hand, which says only 15 days we can afford, is a serious concern. They should be seized by this council. We should be really engaging on these issues. And I'm hoping, Honorable Mayor, through you and the city manager, such issues can be addressed so that we don't find ourselves where we can't pay even salaries, as we've seen happening in Impendle. It starts from us as councillors to play that oversight and ensure there's accountability and transparency. So we need to know from the city manager how we're going to deal with these matters, including the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. So my colleagues spoke about the uncollected debt of 43 billion, which the AG's confirmed 66% on average not collectible, leaving 28 billion only. During the AG's overview of the financial health, she pointed out that the prolonged estimated billing, poor administration in billing, outdated server technology in billing will contribute to inaccurate billing. Now the question is this inaccurate billing deliberate? Are bills being overinflated deliberately to prop up the declining reserves of this municipality? And that's a question not only that I advance, but is shared by thousands and thousands of ratepayers with over... Collection is only now at 100...
Order. Councillor McPherson. Point of order, Councillor Ntuli. Can you use the microphone?
Councillor McPherson is part and parcel yale report efikele AG, and I will believe uku wrong ukuthi aphawule ngayo lemhlanganweni. Speaker, ngiyabonga.
Yeah, your point of order, Councillor Ntuli, is overruled. Proceed, Councillor McPherson.
So if there is, as advanced by the AG, a very high probability, Speaker, that there is a high possibility of inaccurate billing, then we have to question what is actually collectible of the 28 billion. The Democratic Alliance has consistently, at every finance committee and in every council meeting, consistently rang the alarm bell that debt escalating at the rate it does is not sustainable. Year on year, debt rose by 7.7 billion, 22%, mainly for household services. The Democratic Alliance further advanced that this debt crisis will directly negatively impact on service delivery and ability to pay creditors. Every single meeting we've said exactly the same thing. What had happened, Mr. Speaker? The AG confirmed exactly what the Democratic Alliance has been saying meeting after meeting, month after month, year after year. And today, Speaker, we are vindicated. Exactly what we said is happening is happening. What will happen is happening. Failure in service delivery. For all, by the way, important capital projects, including Cornubia RDP, where we should be spending 3 times what we are instead of the inability, because we have poor cash reserves, cash flow, I should say, we're unable to pay creditors, people who are walking off-site, walking away and leaving important capital projects and maintenance projects unfinished because of no payment. Why? Because of non-collection of debt. What do? All the above means that there's an increased reliance on a minority to pay their inflated utility bills and I might add here, inflated rates bills. And it's not sustainable. And this all to prop up our cash flow, let alone cash reserves. Then I quickly want to touch, Speaker, on the water loss. This is unacceptable. for the turnaround strategy which has been in place for 3 or 4 years to still not have shown any positive return is unacceptable. We're still supplying free water by the truckloads. Every single litre that goes down the drain is a non-revenue item, again pointed out by the AG. Where are the consequences? We don't see them. And the question is, the question that ratepayers, business, the community, the poor, the marginalized, when will this change? We have the answer. It will change in November 2026 when the DA mayor takes office and we'll turn the city around.
Councillor Singh, UIM.
Thank you, Speaker. 40-day cash cover is a crisis. National Treasury requires we are surviving on 2 weeks. This isn't a buffer, it's a crisis. If one grant is delayed or one major burst pipe, the city comes to a standstill. Our creditors' debt exploded by 151% to 1.7 billion. We are taking 50 days to pay bills. That is legally due in 30 days. We are killing the very same SMEs that we claim to support and forcing larger contractors to inflate their prices just to cover the cost of waiting for us to pay. We are losing 52.82% of our water. We are literally pouring water or half of our potential revenue into the ground. Speaker, we cannot just vote or note this report. We must demand an emergency cash preservation plan. We are collecting money at the front door but losing it through 1,000 cracks. Speaker, on behalf of the United Independent Movement, we declare this a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ANC, Councillor Nala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to you, the Honorable Mayor, fellow councillors and officials. I pray that and hope that this year be a good year to all of us, and that I also remain resolute in being an ANC councillor in my ward, and that is Ward 9. The overall position of the city remains stable and sound. Meneer Pietre, en Afrikaans, sy hele die algehele finansiële posisie van die staat bly stabiel en gesond. Let me also say that we trust the driver of the finance boat in the city, and that is the doctor himself, Usandile Mnguni. And they don't call him doctor for nothing. He is well educated and has brains to steer this ship to the right direction. As at the 31st of December 2025, listen properly, Councillor Mthethwa, the municipality's financial position showed a clear improvement. The current ratio increased to 1.48.1, meaning that the municipality had sufficient short-term resources to meet its immediate obligations and continue providing essential services. A strong revenue collection rate of 93% reflects improved payment levels by residents and businesses, which directly strengthens cash flow. This improved financial position enables the municipality to pay suppliers, maintain infrastructure, and sustain service delivery to communities while reinforcing its commitment to responsible financial management and accountability to residents. Water and electricity distribution losses remain a key operational challenge for the municipality. Non-revenue water losses were recorded at 52.82%, indicating that more than half of the treated water produced did not generate revenue due to factors such as aging infrastructure, leaks, burst pipes, illegal connections, inaccurate metering, and operational inefficiencies. This level of water loss places pressure on water resources, increases operating costs, and reduces revenue available for service delivery. Electricity distribution losses were recorded at 12.01%, mainly arising from technical losses within the network, electricity theft, illegal connections, vandalism, and meter tampering. These losses negatively affect the municipality's revenue affect the municipality's revenue base and the reliability of electricity supply, while also increasing the cost of bulk electricity purchases. In response to this, the municipality has implemented targeted turnaround strategies aimed at addressing both water and electricity losses. These strategies include accelerated infrastructure maintenance and replacement, enhanced leak detection and repair programs, improved meter management, stricter enforcement against illegal connections, increased revenue protection initiatives, and strengthened monitoring and reporting systems. The implementation of these interventions is expected to progressively reduce distribution losses, improve revenue collection, and ensure the long-term sustainability and reliability of water and electricity services for communities. Revenue for the year-to-date period is 2% below the approved budget, mainly as a result of lower than projected billing for property rates, electricity and water services. This underperformance is largely attributable to reduced consumption patterns, timing differences in billing cycles, affordability challenges faced by consumers, and ongoing improvements to billing accuracy and systems. Although revenue is below budget at this stage, the municipality continues to implement measures to strengthen billing processes, enhance revenue management, and improve collections during the remainder of the financial year. Expenditure for the year-to-date period is 8% below approved budget. This variance is primarily due to employee-related costs, lower expenditure on bulk electricity and water purchases driven by reduced consumption, and effective cost containment in operational expenses and contracted services. The underspending reflects disciplined financial management and prudent expenditure control. The municipality continues to closely monitor spending to ensure that cost savings do not adversely affect service delivery, critical maintenance, or key infrastructure programs. Overall, the municipality remains committed to improving revenue performance while maintaining strict expenditure control, ensuring that available financial resources are directed towards priority services, infrastructure investments, and long-term financial sustainability of the municipality. Capital expenditure was reported at 643.4 million for December and 2.3 billion year to date. This spending is slightly higher compared to the same period in the previous financial year. This shows good acceleration in capital spending. This is due to weekly capital monitoring meetings to deal with capital projects. This includes interrogating the spend and identifying any obstacles that need to be removed. Procurement planning is also closely monitored to ensure that delays on projects are minimized and the spend maximized. On repairs and maintenance, the spend year to date is 3.22%, with a projected spend of 8% by financial year end, which is in line with the norm of 8%. This demonstrates the commitment of the city to asset management and the maintenance of rehabilitation of its assets. This will help improve service delivery to our communities. There is a very moderate gearing of the balance sheet of 16% due to prudent borrowings. The norm is 45%. Moreover, the borrowing to asset ratio is 10.84%. This means that the city has capacity to borrow more to address its service delivery backlogs. However, the impact of affordability of tariffs to ratepayers and financial sustainability of the city will be considered in the first instance. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Yeah, we are on page 5 of our report. There are 5 recommendations. They are all for noting. They are all recommendations noted, councillors. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is item 1.2. It's the follow-up report on the implementation of the 5th General Valuation Progress Update on draft valuation role, valuation review process, and statutory implementation milestones. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are all the recommendations noted? Next item.
Next item is the item on page 15. It's the report of the Trading Services Committee.
It's page 15 or page 8? Page 8, item 1.3.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. Item 1.3, progress report for 2 billion rands borrowing for capital projects. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. There are speakers. The first speaker is Councillor Mwango with 2 minutes donated by KZNI and MKP. As per our rules, we have to confirm whether the KZNI, they are present at the meeting. Please raise your board. Thank you. MKP, raise your board. Thank you. Councillor Mwango will be number 1. Number 2, Councillor McPherson. Number 3, UIM, Councillor Singh. I think this is number 4. And the last speaker, ANC, Councillor V. Madala. In that order. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While this is at final stage now, but Action SA is still of the view that we can't have a budget that is continuously funded through loans, especially when you look at what has been presented by the AG. We are writing off more than 2 billion rand. But on the other side, we are borrowing 2 billion rand. It doesn't make any financial sense. And also, as AGF said, there are no consequences over this continuous, irregular and wasteful expenditure, which then means this council should start thinking about other means of recovering monies that are wasted, can be through corrupt activities, because definitely this issue of saying there's value for money, we all know, is not really true. When AG come and say there are even officials that are implicated in getting tenders from the same municipality, but when we come to get this presentation, we are being told there is value for money. For us, honestly, those kind of arguments are nonsensical and shouldn't be in a position in this council to accept such, and we can't then continue doing these borrowings. And one have appealed to the council to say, moving forward, can we try and fund our budgets without taking loans? Because honestly, by the time the ANC is out of power, this municipality will collapse. It should be difficult for whichever party comes to power, because it won't be ANC. It will be difficult to rescue and really change this municipality and really provide services. So ANC, we appeal, leave power without collapsing the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. I have an answer for the last speaker, which I'll leave until the end. But the last speaker made a very important point, and that is you cannot continue year after year to fund a budget with loans. And I'd like you to point out a successful business that has stayed in business, that has done exactly that. Our first prize is a balanced budget where your revenue equals expenditure. So in other words, you prepare a budget based on collectible revenue. Better still, and if there's an appetite, I could give examples of where DA-led councils do this, where revenue exceeds expenditure. So we have savings for urgent matters. What are we faced with, I'm speaking here, is we have an unrealistic debt at 43 billion, not collectible, 28 billion, questionable. Instead of us collecting that and avoiding inflicting pain on the ratepayers to pay for loans, we ignore it. And that's the problem of this administration for the past 5 years, is ignoring, going after debt, and instead borrowing money. Now, when this came before the Special Finance Committee meeting just a week ago, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if what I'm about to say is wrong, that of the 2 billion, F&B only had an appetite for 500 million. Now that speaks volumes. Of the 2 billion, 1.5 billion, in addition to the 2 billion, will be repaid in interest. What is also needs to be mentioned, dear friends, and residents, and ratepayers, and stakeholders, business, those that are not yet paying rates but will be in 10 years' time, you will be part of this debt, is that there is another loan penciled in for the following financial year of 1.5 billion, and another loan after that for 1.5 billion. In anticipation, I'm guessing, of poor revenue collection. So in other words, 5 billion has been penciled in over the next 3 years. Who is going to pick up the tab for this? In the face of non-revenue collection, and again to quote the AG, non-revenue collection in water and electricity and all the other things that are, that should be easy to bill, a declining ratepayers base, who's going to pay for this? That's the crisp question. The crisp answer to that is the minority ratepayers, who are going to be hammered relentlessly unless you borrow more money to pay for your debt, which happens at a national level. So this current administration is way, way off track. And the answer to the previous speaker, because he made a very good point, why leave the incoming government in 2026 with this debt? And his question was, whoever that may be. Well, obviously it's going to be the Democratic Alliance. So I agree with him. Let's not settle ourselves with this debt. Let's walk away from it. Let's walk away from this loan. Let's collect the debt and, leave those that are going to be in power and those that are still not paying rates for years to come with something to look forward to and invest in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. UIM.
Speaker, United Kingdom cannot support this 2 billion rand loan as presented. This is no longer about funding infrastructure. It is a rescue mission for this administration's empty pockets. It is like taking a massive credit card to pay off an overdraft. We've already spent 650 million of our own cash because we couldn't wait. We are now borrowing just to refill the hole we dug in with our own savings. We cannot borrow our way out of crisis. This money must only be spent on projects that generate a return, fixing meters, water pipes, and bring in revenue. We must not use a loan just to keep the lights on. This is not a financial management. It is a financial desperation. The United Independent Movement says invest in what pays back or do not borrow at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mandlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Council approved the borrowing of 2 billion for 2025-2026 in the budget. Further, as reported late last year, the RFP was to be advertised to get proposals. This was closed on the 12th of December 2025. Following the assessment of the proposal, it is proposed that the 2 billion be borrowed from the AFD over 15 years on a floating interest rate, as it is most cost-effective option. The city can also afford the loan repayment. There is very moderating gearing of balance sheet of 16% due to prudent borrowings. The norm is 45%. In addition, the debt service cost is 4.1% against the norm of 6 to 8%. These indicators are within the norms of the MTREF. Therefore, the loan will not impact on the financial sustainability of the city. If approved, the intention to take the loan will be submitted to National Treasurer and KZN Provincial Treasurer for comments. As ANC, siyakusupporta ukubolekwa kwa 2 billion. Siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you. So that we all have an understanding, because in the debate, I have noticed that some councillors engage the report as if the report is here to request council approval to borrow. The report is here to give progress report on a decision that was taken, I think, in May last year, so that when we note the report, council members have a full understanding, including the members of the public. We are getting a progress report. Councillors, are the recommendation noted?
Speaker.
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 Thank you.
Speaker.
Nwango?
Just clearly, Speaker, should we note when the report is recommending a service provider to give a council a loan, is it not for approval that we are approving that we go with this financial institution? Are we just noting that officials just decide, or as council we must make a decision, because there are choices there to be made? I understand that as a council we could say the reasons are not enough, we want to go with either DBSA or FNB, not the proposed financial institution. Is it that only for noting? Can I get clarity on that one?
Okay, thank you. We will clarify that. Councillor Mthethwa?
I'll wait for the answer to Councillor Mngongo's question.
Okay, thank you. I will request head legal to guide council on the point raised that there are recommendations of a service provider. Is the report here for noting or approval? Head legal, can you please guide council? On the matter whether we have to note the recommendations or approved, because there are recommendations of a service provider to be recommended. Can you please guide us?
Thank you, House Speaker. If you recall, this item has a bit of a history, because it's part of the approval of the budget, and it was approved that this money would be raised through the loan. And we came to the council, and authority was granted to the accounting officer and the CFO to commence with this process. And this report is an update of what is happening up to now. And the report is indicating that engaging with the service providers. However, before any final terms and conditions or contracts can be concluded, those final terms and conditions with whatever service provider is the preferred one, they have to be brought back to council for council to approve. So at the moment, the administration is exercising the authority that has been given by this council more than once. All that the administration is doing is updating and being transparent. Ukuthi what is being done about the authority that was given and what is going to happen. So that's why there is an indication that there would be engagement with the service providers that were identified through a process that amakhansela angangeni kuyona because it's a procurement process, but the contract before it's concluded, all those terms and conditions should be approved by council.
Okay, thank you very much for that guidance. It means the recommendations are correctly crafted. The report have to be noted by council, but once before the terms of conditions are signed between the city and any service provider, council have to approve that the rule that the report is correctly crafted. Councillors, are the
Speaker.
noted?
Speaker.
Yes, let me take Teto first.
No, I just wanted to be recorded that whatever this process is, we reject it. It must be recorded that we reject it. We don't even want to note, even if it's for noting, we're not noting, we're rejecting this entire process. Thank you.
Councillor Mteto, out of order. Councillor Mngango.
It's fine, but it must be recorded that I said that.
Speaker, hearing legal.
It's not Daba now.
Maybe.
No, Mngango, we don't debate the ruling.
No, I'm not Speaker, I'm just recommending. Speaker.
No.
EThekwini
Hear me first, Speaker.
Mngango, please.
I'm not.
Respect the meeting.
Okay.
On the matter that has been raised by yourself, we have been given an opinion and the speaker have made a ruling, and the speaker's ruling is final and binding, including to you. Let's take that as a decision so that the meeting can flow smoothly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Speaker,
Councillors, is it recorded noted?
Noted. No.
Next item, City Manager.
Freedom from pass. Thank you very much, Honorable
Order.
Speaker. The next report is on page 15. It's the report of the Trading Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 26th of the 1st, 2026. Item 2.1, noting reasons to amend contract A9691A in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Act number 56 of 2003 for the maintenance and repair of medium voltage and low voltage substations and medium and low voltage overhaul and underground mains for MVLV operations. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you. There are two recommendations on page 16. They are all noted, councillors. Next item, City Manager.
We now go to the direct reports. First report is the report of the Audit and Risk Committee for the quarter ended 30 September 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Of course, few hands. Councillor Tozama Koka from Action SA, 2 minutes, donated by KZNI and MKP. I can see they are still part of the meeting, then followed by Councillor Olu from DA, then His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Aba will be the last speaker. In that order, Councillor Koka.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member, and all the council members in the House. Speaker, we note the reports from the Audit and Risk Committee, particularly concerning the persistence of unresolved audit findings with a significant number exceeding 180 days overdue. While the existence of tracking mechanisms is acknowledged, the continued recurrence of findings points to weaknesses in leadership oversight and accountability, posing a risk to the integrity of the municipality's internal control environment. We note with concern, Speaker, the key issues highlighted, including the deficiencies in information technology governance, weaknesses in control design and implementation, non-compliance with NHS at certain clinics, inadequate performance management within the Road Infrastructure Directorate, and the ongoing challenge of unbilled revenue due to unread water and electricity meters. Although the municipality, Speaker, complies with the SMART principle in performance information, the misalignment of certain key performance indicators requires agent correction to ensure meaningful measurement of efficiency and outcome. Despite the achievement of an unqualified audit opinion, serious concerns remain regarding the material irregularities, ineffective consequence management, relating to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, non-revenue water challenges, infrastructure-related risk, and the prevalence, repeats of audit findings. Speaker, Action SA would like to emphasize the need for strengthened leadership oversight, accelerated implementation of corrective actions, and robust consequence management to address repeat findings, as per the OG in front of us has reported and highlighted consistently that there is a lack of consequence management. This will only ensure the municipality's financial sustainability and ensure that the municipality achieves the objectives of the IDP. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I made a mistake after Councillor Kulu is Councillor Dahle, then the Mayor at last. Thank you. Apologies for that, Councillor Dahle.
Accepted, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Kulu.
Thank you,
Then we'll follow
Speaker.
after.
Speaker, we need to speak plainly today because what we're dealing with here is too serious for niceties. Yesterday, I took some time to go through these audit reports, the AGSA findings, the ARC reports, and risk assessments. And I have to be honest with you that I'm not just disappointed, I'm furious. Not for myself, but for every single resident out there who trusts us to manage their money responsibly. 4 billion in irregular expenditure, 4 billion. The audit committee itself says this number should not be underestimated, especially when it comes to SCM. And my question is, where is the consequence management? Because the report is clear, there's a lack of finalization when it comes to investigations and disciplinary actions. In other words, people are getting away with it. Speaker, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep reading these reports, nodding our heads, and then doing nothing. An employee gets overpaid by 200K, management doesn't catch it. The auditors have to point it out during recalculations, and the ARC is now warning that this should be considered fruitless and irregular expenditure. That's not a system that's working, it's a system that is broken. Now, Speaker, I want to address something that actually made me want to speak today. The ARC asked why so many chairpersons withdrew from sexual harassment cases. The answer from management, workload. Apparently, they were too busy. Speaker, when sexual harassment cases are being sidelined because of workload, we have failed as council. We have failed in our most basic duty to protect people. These reports aren't just about numbers and compliance. They are about real suffering and with real consequences because the municipality is failing to govern properly. Only 60% of just 12 of the top 20 findings of the 2023-2024 audits have been addressed. The committee calls it unacceptable, and you know what? They are right. It is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that we have service level agreements missing, making it impossible to hold anyone accountable for poor service delivery. It's unacceptable that our risk management is so under-resourced that we can't even complete basic action plans. It's unacceptable that we repeat these findings from previous years and they keep showing up because nobody is implementing the controls to prevent them. Speaker, every single one of these failures has a face, it has a name. It's the pensioner who can't afford higher tariffs because we're charging them for water and electricity that's being lost to mismanagement. It's the family living in the dark because infrastructure maintenance is being neglected. It's the job seeker with no opportunities because investor confidence is at rock bottom. That's what 4 billion in irregular expenditure really means. Every rand that disappears into irregular expenditure is a rand that is stolen from people who need it the most. And I'm here to tell you today that as a DA, we will not accept this as normal. We will not accept that this is just how things are. And we will not stop asking questions and demanding answers and fighting for residents who deserve so much better than what we're getting. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Bergte.
How do you build on that? That was a beautiful speech. Come on, let's be honest. But let's crunch a few numbers, and the irony is, as I pointed out earlier, remember the AG's report comes before the audit report, and then comes the half-year report. And it was also interesting to note the mayor and the city manager's replies to the AG report, and maybe not taking into account the AC report, because the city manager, for instance, Chair, alluded to the IT situation, but now the AG report the AC report comes after the AG report and still says 68% of those have not been resolved. So it's by our own doing that we have that problem. And when it comes to server environment, 85% of those problems previously indicated has again not been attended. In revenue management, it says we are not reading meters for over 12 months plus. We are overinflating bills. They're telling us that. And one would have to ask, why are we doing this estimated overinflated bills? Is it to make the municipality more attractive, to create an appetite for lending us money in the long term? Because that has increased to 9.7 billion already. But are we able to really afford these loans against the backdrop of reduced collection and cash on hand? Then the mayor, in his reply to the AG, again says the consequence management. Now, one would have to ask, when it comes to unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure, and let me quote, the committee's concern over the significant increase in irregular expenditure to 4.48 billion should not be underestimated. And then the lack of consequent management is a major concern, as is the lack of finalization in the process of investigations and disciplinary actions. Then the city manager says, don't worry, of that 70% is local content. Well, there's $1 billion that stays over from that 4.48, so what is that? So we're just playing it off. We're saying that they point out supply chain management challenges. Yes, we are aware of that. Ask the officials out there. They don't have tools, they don't have fittings, they're unable to do their job. Non-revenue water, 2.9 billion rand loss of non-revenue water. People's money going in and just washing out somewhere. It's easy to say, yes, we are only recovering 66% and we've got the biggest number of informal settlements, but those are not the contributors. The 116 days and the 66% debt uncoverable are coming from those who can actually pay. And then they also refer to fuel control and express concern in the service provider. So let's just quickly see what the municipality does spend on fuel in a month. In August, 37.5 million. In September, 38.3 million. In October, 38.6 million rand. A downward trajectory. And one would have to say, are we not keeping meticulous record of our own demise? Or are we emptying the coffers in anticipation of a new administration taking over after the 2026 local government elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, His Worship.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are debating the report of the Audit and Risk Committee that assesses our performance for the first quarter of the financial year. And whilst the report notes some improvement in some areas, but it also notes stagnation in some areas. And those areas where we are stagnating require the attention of this full House. And the matters raised in the report are receiving the attention of the various support committees. I should also indicate that this morning, when the AG was addressing us, Honorable Speaker, he called this council to effectively monitor performance against service delivery. She again called this House to report, to regularly request progress reports from management on the audit findings relating to the audit of financial statements, annual performance reports, and compliance with legislations, and that officials should be held accountable for non-implementation of the audit action plan. It's a call to all of us, not the members sitting on this side of the House. But if there are weaknesses, as they have been pointed out, it's an indictment to all of us, colleagues. I think we must not run away. We must not run with the hounds, hunt with the what? Run with the hares. Run with the hares and hunt with the hounds. It is incorrect. If you look at the composition of this government, Honorable Speaker, the ANC has 4 members and the DA has 3 members. The ANC is just 1 member ahead of the Democratic Alliance. It's part of this government. But it comes here and grandstand and pretend as if they are just a bystander. They are not part of this government and that is running the city. These colleagues must take responsibility for as long as they run away from taking full responsibility. And let me say, for as long as they run away from taking accountability, it means that they are not prepared to take a responsibility for anything that happens in the city. They are just a cost to the tax, to the ratepayers, who pay them salaries for sitting here and eating, I think is correct, during lunch, and coming back here to sound all the good words, but it's all hot air.
The ANC would know.
The action, Honorable Speaker, is not in this House. The action is in the committees of this government. The action is in the support committees. That's where they ought to be demonstrating and their capabilities, but that's where they are found wanting as this committee. They ought to be playing their role in the executive committee of this House. They have 3 members.
Point of order.
No, as well.
Order.
Go and eat.
Order.
No, I just want to check, Mr. Speaker, if what the mayor is saying is him accepting that he's failing in his duties.
Yeah.
I got a point of order there.
Yeah.
Well, if you are failing, we are here to assist you.
Mthethwa,
Step down, we'll take over.
let's allow the mayor to conclude his debate.
If there is any failure in our performance, Honorable Speaker, it must be owned up by a collective. You sit on the executive committee, you have 3 members. I think the residents must hold you accountable. You can't be coming here to just give them hot air. Tell them, what are you doing in the committees where you served? Are you representing them properly? Are they getting value for money for having deployed you in this house? We are tired of being lectured when people, when they're expected to be, doing what they are paid to do, they are found wanting.
Then do the job.
Speaker, we cannot exist only on cloud. You know, we've tended to be on social media, to be everywhere else, and not where we ought to be as members of this committee. Therefore, I urge you that you do a budget and performance reviews on a monthly basis. I even said, Honorable Speaker, that will dedicate finance, the CFO, to delegate his team to be at each and every cluster when they meet, where they take the members of the cluster through what you call a monthly budget and monthly budget performance. So that's what is required of you. We even said you must monitor audit action plans that pertain to the areas of your cluster. And you are not doing it. You come here to complain, we have so much problem, we have so much problems. What problems are you talking about? Those problems cannot be addressed by council. They will be addressed by clusters where you sit. Please, monitor the implementation against the audit action plans. These audit queries are going to reduce. Monitor the budget and performance of our actions. The effective of this organization is going to improve. So that's all I urge you to do. I mean, I don't know how many there are. I think there are over 80. But you don't see what this 8 is doing. You don't see what this 8 is doing.
They are 80.
How many? Yes, but Speaker, I thought I should just say this in welcoming the report of the Audit and Risk Committee that will continue to do our part. You must continue to do your part. Miyekeni umncwango, usambile. Miyekeni umncwango aphume agcwale intaba zonke nezinkalo lezi. Etshela abantu ukuthi abamvotele kodwa azangene ungathi angisazi nasekhanda ngathi khonto enjani mhlambe ekhanda.
Hayi speaker.
Abantu bathithekile.
Speaker, hayi speaker.
Ukuthi sekwenze njani umhlonishwa.
Order.
No,
Speaker.
Your Worship, can you please withdraw?
Sabonga Speaker.
Can you please withdraw what you have said? Order. Can you please withdraw?
Speaker, ngiyaxolisa ukuthi ngithi.
Must withdraw. No.
Angaxolisi Speaker.
Withdraw.
Thrower.
Draw, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Drops
the recommendations noted. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, councillors.
The next
May I
item is
emotionalize?
item number 4, ratification of approval in terms of Rule 28 1B of the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014 as amended for the request to approve the scheme amendment of F427 Glen Enel. Committee recommends.
We are on page 19, item 4, 2 speakers from the DA, Councillor Ben, and the Mayor, His Worship, Councillor Klaba will be the last and second speaker. Councillor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue which I was going to address under this issue, I realized will be better addressed under another issue on another day. So I'll keep my ammunition dry and spike my guns and address this issue on another occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, His Worship. His Worship.
Speaker, I would want to talk to this issue. And just to give a brief background to this matter. The bricks works is the name given to the development in the north of Durban. It will turn that part of the city into one of South Africa's largest business and logistics hubs. The development is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is almost complete, and the developer is now ready to commence with phase 2, comprising of 24 hectares, yielding approximately 115,000 square meters of top structure development. The rule of order, Speaker, that we're presenting today, that the rule of order 28 that the mayor granted speaks to the Spluma application for phase 2 and submitted to the city on the in September 2024. And the City Planning Division unit could not finalize the Spluma process because there were outstanding issues that required the attention of Central and the KZN Department of Transport. The 2 authorities having now given their support and to the development, of course, with their responses received by the city on the 27th of November, it was late for this council to consider and what you call the report. As the city at work, Honorable Speaker, and with the management that drives the enabling environment for investors to land in our city, the mayor had to use his authority to grant concurrence after he was satisfied that all Spluma conditions were met. Brickworks phase 2 is a catalytic development with significant economic spin-offs for the people of the city. To strengthen investor confidence and promote the city as investor-friendly, it was incumbent upon the mayor to rise to the occasion and not hide behind the festive season or festive holiday. The application was advertised as per the planning bylaw. It should be noted that only 1 objection was received, which was then later withdrawn. On those bases, Honourable Speaker, it cleared the path for the mayor to act responsibly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
The next item, Honorable Speaker, is the item on page 23, item number 5, nomination of panel members for the 2024-2025 performance assessment of the Section 54A and Section 56 managers. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. 2 speakers, DA, Councillor Mtetwa, NFP, Chief Whip.
Siyabonga Somlomo Sibingelele. ANC icela i-caucus on this item, Chair.
How many minutes?
10.
15, 20.
Okay. Let me look at my time. Okay. No, I'm giving you 10 minutes.
Speaker, bengaxabani.
Siyabonga, cela siye lapha room 6A. Ngiyabonga.
Bengaxabani.
Straight to 10 minutes.
Le shethi lomgunyathi. Shethi lomgunyathi.
it was being considered by council. Let's do that, councillors. The ANC will report back, then we'll break for lunch, we'll announce where are the venues for lunch. ANC?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for granting us the caucus. We are now ready to proceed with the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mandlala, for that. We are now breaking for lunch. Belinda, am I available? No, ne? Okay. Okay, we are breaking for lunch for how many minutes?
I-ANC ngithanda ukudla.
45. Yeah, we are back at 2:45. please take your seats.
What came out of that meeting?
We have two more supplementary agenda and the in-committee later in the day. It's better that we start our meeting to save time. Please take your seats, councillors. We are starting now. When we breaked for lunch, we granted 10 minutes of council time to the ANC for a caucus. We then break for lunch and the ANC have to report back to council on the outcome of their caucus, and they reported that they were ready to start. We were on item 5. Kahleni phela. Musani ukuthi usuqalile. Ngiyacela nje ukuthi sibambisaneni. We were on page 23, item 5. There were only 2 speakers. We still have those 2 speakers. It was Councillor Mthethwa and Councillor Mieni, the Deputy Mayor. But I see that Councillor Mthethwa is not yet back. We will allow the Deputy Mayor to debate the item. Then Councillor Mthethwa will be accommodated on once it's back to the chambers. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Somlomo, His Worship the Mayor, the Whip of Council, Sibongi Tuba. As National Freedom Party, we support this report because we believe that this report is seeking to address some of the concerns that were raised by the AG when they alluded to the fact that it is the high time that we accelerate the work that we do in terms of oversight. So the chairpersons of portfolio committees being at the helm of this process in terms of them looking at their clusters, we feel as the National Freedom Party that it will strengthen the accountability of oversight. Therefore, we recommend that this council approve this report. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Mhlonishwa Onyambos is back. I am not ambushing you, Councillor Mthethwa. We are being fair from the side of the Speaker. Although we've called your name, you are not yet back, but we'll accommodate you and then we'll allow you and give you an opportunity to debate the item as you were acknowledged earlier that we are one of the speakers on the item. Councillor Mthethwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngiyahefuzela bengigijima la. Cha
Speaker, firstly, let us welcome the mayor's vote of confidence in the DA. When we left here, the mayor had said a lot of things that the DA councillors are supposed to be doing, demonstrating that the mayor has lost hope in the badges of the ANC.
Kahleke ngiyamboza. Akufanele ukuthi ungenze ngiyisole. Ukuthi noma ngabe bengasafanele ngabe uyakhuluma ngoba ungekho ngikubiza. Ungeze manje ngithi mli I took a wrong decision.
Umnikeleni speaker.
Ngoba amandla sekhona la etafuleni. Ukuthi ngingaphinde futhi ngiphuce ilungelo. Ngoba ngisakunikile lisebenzise kahleke ilungelo. Yimanje la ngithe khuluma khona. Ngaphuma endleleni.
No, I'm debating the item, but I get your point.
Yeah, debate the item. Yeah.
It is clear, Mr. Speaker, taking from an earlier presentation by the Auditor General, that a lot needs to change. The Auditor General emphasized on the issue of consequence management, and performance forms part of that process. I'm just going to briefly put on record what we said as the DA on Tuesday, that for transparency, because even the ANC now understands that now let's work together, let's play that oversight role together. We agree with you. That's if you genuinely feel that we need to work together and making sure that people are held accountable. Now, for that to happen, you can't have a situation where portfolio chairpersons now form part of a panel that's going to assess the performance of the executive directors. Because these are people who work together every day. Now, if the executive director is underperforming, it means the portfolio chairperson is not playing his daily oversight role over that ED correctly. Therefore, if you're going to have the portfolio chairperson forming part of the panel, you are indirectly telling us that these people are assessing themselves, which defeats the purpose of accountability, the purpose of making sure that people are held accountable where they don't perform. Again, we want to propose, especially after the AG today, that that process must exclude portfolio chairperson, get other members of ESCO who objectively are going to be part of that because they don't work every day with these ETs like the same way that the portfolio chairpersons do. It is only fair if we are serious and sincere about trying to change things in this municipality, that we don't make it a group of friends, but we make sure that people are assessed on the basis of their performance. Now, performance should not be something that is on paper. Performance and assessment should be felt by people on the ground, people who are supposed to serve. Now, if it's going to be a thing of a group of friends and people are dishing out scores, but scores that don't find expression to daily lives of the people on the ground, then we are defeating the purpose. Unless we change the panel, the DA will vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were the only speakers on the item. Page 24, recommendations start from 5.1. Yes, till page 26. The report is here for approval. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
No.
Thank you. Okay, let me have the screen for record purposes. We are now voting no movement. Let's close the doors, security. Those who are outside, they must enter. No one should go out. Once we start the voting process, there will be no movement. Can we close all the doors, monitor all the exits in the hall? Those who are in support of the item, please raise your board and make sure that we are clearly counted.
Namhlanje sivota nomncango.
Siyabonga, ningahlisa izandla. Thank you. Those who are voting against the recommendations, raise your board.
Emgeni.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? None. Okay. Thank you. Council members who have voted in favor of the recommendations, the number is 105. Those who have voted against, the number is 47. Those who abstain, there were none. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you very much, councillors. City Manager. let's
Thank
move
you,
to the
Honorable
next item.
Speaker. Page 26, item number 6. In principle approval of the EThekwini Municipality's draft annual report for financial year 24-25. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Sompisi. The recommendations are agreed, councillors.
Item 7, approval of the 25-26 mid-year performance assessment report as required by Section 72 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Few speakers. Councillor Paxkin, you are number 1 with 2 minutes. From KZNI and MKP. May I get an indication that we are still both part of the meeting? MKP, raise your board. KZNI, raise your board. Okay, it means only 1 minute, Councillor Paskin, that is 20 to you. Then you'll be followed by Councillor Madlala. Then after Councillor Madlala is His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Cyril Xaba. In that order.
Thank you, Speaker. This mid-year performance assessment claims the municipality is achieving 75% performance. This figure is misleading and disconnected from the residents' lived reality. The departments that actually keep the city running tell a very different story. Finance is at 44% and operations management is at 33%. This is the engine room of the municipality. When finance and operations fail, the municipality fails, regardless of what the overall average suggests. We see this daily. Emergency service providers are not paid, repairs are not being done, not responded to, and the municipality is operating with around 14 days of cash on hand. Ordinary residents pay the price. In Umhlanga, La Lucia, Durban North, Phoenix, Chatsworth, Musgrave, and Morningside, households and small businesses are being targeted for disconnections and seen as soft targets, many of them with incorrect and estimated bills that they are forced to pay, while large defaulters owing hundreds of millions of rands appear to face little consequences, including some of the state entities. In December 2025, there was 7.7 billion rand in outstanding debts with commercial properties. We hear of no cost-cutting measures, no savings, only additional committees being established and more costs. The Auditor General continues to raise serious concerns and findings of expenditure and procurement, contract management, and no consequences for incompetent or corrupt officials. What's very concerning in this report is the intent to remove Circular 88. Circular 88 exists to expose weaknesses in finances and the financial operations. The municipality intends to remove this from reporting. There is no answer. This is their answer to improve performance. This hides performance. And Speaker, National Treasury is...
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Councillor Mandlala.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. In the account of time, I'm sure I'm going to be covered by His Worship. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mandlala, for that. Yeah, His Worship.
Yeah, Speaker, on the account of time, I'm also going to be brief. Thank you very much. And ESCO, our executive committee received the mid-year performance report evaluating performance against the targets set out in the SDBIP for 2025.
Yeah, please speak closer to your microphone so that we are audible.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, ESCO received a mid-year performance report evaluating performance against the targets set out in the SDBIP for 25-26. It reflects the performance over the last 6 months, or rather the first 6 months of the financial year. It reports that the municipality achieved an overall performance rate of 74.63%, ICC 84.62%, DMTP 85.91%. We noted the report, Speaker, because we are going to subject it through the process where we interrogate it, and that process is yet to come. It's similar, Speaker, to the process we undertook in Drakensberg. We're going to have another Drakensberg retreat once again, where we drill down into the performance of our management. That today we record a higher performance. It means that it works. That today AG is able to note some improvement, and on the part of management, performance of management. It means that the strategies or measures we have employed as the city leadership works. It's not all doom and gloom. Just this morning, Honourable Speaker, I received good news, and I want to share the good news so that you see that you are not playing. And it has been released that business confidence, and after deteriorating for 4 consecutive quarters, the Durban Business Confidence Index drastically improved in Q4 of 2025. The index rose from 52.12 points in Q3 of 2025 to 63.38 points in Q4 of 2025. It continues, signaling that business persons are optimistic in the prevailing and future economic climate in Durban. So we welcome this, and we are celebrating this. It means that it's not all in doom. We are doing something. I think we've got to give due when give credit when it is due, and then criticize when criticism is also required, so that we are seen to be constructive and not destructive. I thought I should just make that. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. The report is here for approval. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you very much, City Manager. Next item.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Item number 8, Unverified Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. quarterly reporting for the period ended 31st December 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Next item.
Item number 9, approval of the mid-year amendments to the service delivery and budget implementation plan for 25-26 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Page 30, item 9. Are the recommendations agreed? Next item.
Item number 10, Honorable Speaker, is the update on the implementation of resolutions adopted by the Municipal Council during Q1 ended 30th of September 2025. Committee recommends.
Okay, that is page 31. Eh?
Yes, Somla.
Page 31. That is item 10. Okay. Again, the report is here for noting. The recommendation noted. Thank you, City Manager. Okay. Now we are going back to our main agenda. We are dealing with impact. The second, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, before we deal with the impact, there is a second supplementary agenda. His Worship the Mayor will table the second report of the Executive Committee. The report has been emailed to you. It's a soft copy report. There are no hard copies for that. It's in your emails. It's the second report of the Executive Committee, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Thanks for your guidance. Greetings once again. It's my pleasure to table the second report of the Executive Committee. It is so tabled. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. May you please present the items?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Second EXCO report from their special meeting, which was held on 29th of the 1st, 2026. Item 1 is the report on the Trading Services Committee special meeting, which was held on the 27th of the 1st, 2026. Item 1.1, request for authority to transfer funds from savings identified in water and sanitation capital budget to fund wastewater infrastructure damaged by the storm. Committee recommends.
Yeah. Councillors, I will take hands from the floor for this item. Then there are, for now, there are 3 hands. Councillor Gavenda will be number 1, Councillor Peskin will be number 2, Councillor Madlala will be number 3, and the last, in that order. Councillor Gavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was inspired earlier by the Mayor when he spoke about accountability and where it must lie. This council is the highest decision-making body of the EThekwini Municipality. The city is led by a coalition of the ANC, NFP, EFF, and IFP. There's no DA in there. Decisions made here impact communities for years to come, if not decades. And this particular item speaks to the legacy of that leadership. We have 3 DA councillors who sit on EXCO, and you are the majority there, as you are in this council. Now you are going to support the reallocation of millions of rands in funding to other projects, and this is not your first rodeo or musical chairs throwing money, millions, at failed, incomplete, disputed projects. Which brings me to this item. A few days ago, this Monday in fact, EThekwini officials dropped quite a bombshell that 70 million rand is being redirected away from critical water projects. 49 million rands is being redirected away from the long awaited upgrades at the Tongat Waterworks. And this is unacceptable. It is a huge blow to the thousands of people who live in this community who have endured misery and suffering brought on by natural disasters and the self-inflicted crisis made by EThekwini Municipality. The second crisis that you've elected to prolong is in Verulam by defunding the Waterloo to Catskop and then the Hammersdale community at a combined total amount of 20 million rand. And all of them relate to the supply of tap water. All of them suffering for decades. You are under pressure, we understand, because of the judgment in the DA's sewage case. But the DA condemns this decision to transfer budget in water and sanitation's capital identified in inverted commas as savings to other projects. This is not a technical budget adjustment, it is a political choice that abandons communities still recovering from the April 2022 floods. Because you are now taking this money, now in the year 2026, for 2022 projects that you neglected to forward plan for. And you admit in your meetings, and earlier even the city manager said, that people took you to court. It is the DA that took you to court. Now, while you are moving money away from water to critical sanitation projects, this reallocation effectively defunds projects that were planned and budgeted for and contracted to restore essential water services to the areas managed, or rather the areas mentioned. This is going to leave these communities without safe, reliable water for many, many more years. And this decision is unacceptable for the following reasons. The municipality's own report cites Section 27 of the Constitution and the Water Services Act. So diverting funds undermines those statutory obligations. It abandons the most affected communities of Tongaat, Verulam, and Hammersdale, who remain vulnerable after the floods by redirecting their earmarked funding to other projects. And you're treating disaster relief as a discretionary pot rather than a lifeline. This lacks transparency and accountability, and I want to deal specifically with the Tongaat issue. At first, in the first report that came to committee, you said you were taking it from the Tongaat wastewater treatment works. Then on the second day, this was amended to read the Tongaat waterworks. So after that report, it then came directly to EXCO. And when I asked for reasons, initially EThekwini said that there was a non-award. And I asked how, why? The answer was that nobody met compliance requirement. And yet in today's report, something else is reported. The report to EXCO says insufficient budget to award the successful tenderer. A complete contradiction. Now, another anomaly is that the Northern Wastewater Treatment Works didn't have budget as of the 15th of January this year, but now suddenly you are able to reallocate this money to that very same projects because you already have service providers waiting in the wings. How does that happen? Now you are making the same fatal mistakes, same deliberate decisions to identify savings from one critical project to another instead of finding savings from other items. And just to mention a few where you can actually go and look. The municipality should have not funded 22 million rand in statues. They are now wrapped like mummies from Egypt because you splurged on nice to haves like parties, gifts, catering, and the other elephant in the room, the rebranding, which I can tell you residents in the city are livid about. 43 billion rand in uncollected debt. Go and find some money there, go and collect that debt. The municipality's debt is increasing by 5 to 6 billion rand annually. Collect the debt instead of cutting projects. Then you've got almost 400 million rand in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And earlier today, we heard about the Attorney General's report of the 4 billion rand. Go and collect that money. Go and bring it back into your books instead of taking from critical project to another critical project. The rebranding that I mentioned earlier, 2.8 million rand. We could save that, park it off. The Go Durban project, 9 billion rand, and no signs of completion. And let's not talk about RMS, the municipality's billing system that you so vigorously defended. We invested up to 1 billion rand, and now we are talking about replacement. We are talking about changing that. Non-essential spending is quoted at almost 740 million rand. Had you cut that down, nobody would have to pick and choose between the priorities in the city as to whether we should have water on tap and no sewage flowing down our streets. And still, there is more places for you to look. Our water losses, non-revenue water, at almost 2.9 billion rand. Had you curbed that, Tongaat Waterworks wouldn't be deprived today. Now you've got issues where the community are going to demand answers from their councillors. So we demand from you immediate reinstatement of the full amounts originally allocated to all these projects that you are defunding, and a public meeting convened by the mayor and the city manager, where you come to explain this properly to the community and you take accountability for it. And a binding timetable for the Tongaat, Verulam and Hammersdale projects to continue. We waited years for these upgrades to restore dignity. We voted against this in committee, we voted against this in EXCO, and we are going to vote against this in this full council. Let the affected residents now see how your voting block works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paskin.
Thank you, Speaker. I raised this matter arising from the meeting of the Trading Services Committee, where this issue was tabled. The meeting had only one item on the agenda, a request for authority to transfer funds. Committees exist for oversight. They are meant to allow councillors to question officials, interrogate reports, and ensure accountability, especially where public funds are concerned. Despite there being only one item on the agenda, councillors were not afforded meaningful opportunity to exercise oversight before a vote was taken. I raised 3 substantial oversight questions directly relating to the proposed transfer of funds, none of which were answered by officials. The committee proceeded straight to voting. When I attempted to raise the matter again before the vote, I was advised that the officials would respond separately. Honourable Speaker, oversight cannot happen after a decision is taken. That reduces committees to rubber stamping exercises.
Time is out.
Yes, your time is up.
No. Sorry, I've got another minute. Sorry,
Dala.
Speaker.
Want to take another minute from MK? Eh?
Order.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Honourable
Mr.
Speaker.
Debo.
Honourable Speaker, I want to start by saying, as the ANC,
Yeah, yes, there's a problem with the microphone, Madala. Sound system team, can you assist Councillor Mandela with the microphone?
nangumntaka Mahlongo ngathi.
Oh, thank you very much.
Nangumntaka Mahlongo enginika la imic yakhe ngizobatshela kuyona.
Sorry, Speaker.
No. Madala.
Sorry.
No. Madala.
Say point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
No.
Ahle Paxton.
Thank you.
Yeah, ngiyabonga
Point of
kakhulu.
order.
No point of order. There's nothing being discussed now. Madala.
Yeah.
Wait for him to start his debate first.
As the ANC, we support this report, Honourable Speaker, and let me maybe elaborate why. Starting with debunking some of the things that are being said by that dishonest party over there. It's not surprising that Councillor Govender looked for sources of funding everywhere, but she failed to mention that because they are so proud as the DA and they want to present themselves as paragons of good governance, if they are so, they should tell their MEC for public works to pay us the 300 million rands that he owes us as the city. Maybe we wouldn't have moved that money if they paid us that money. Secondly,
No.
kubuhlungu manje.
Madala. Order.
Awuthake ngikhuluma isiZulu.
Order, Madala. Yeah, councillors, please. Can we behave, be orderly, and allow other speakers to debate? No disruption, please.
Sometimes when you think something is common cause, you need to then look at the person that you think you have common cause with and understand their level of honesty to understand that some things are not as common as you think they are. We all thought that it was common cause that there were floods in EThekwini, which devastated our infrastructure. And the reports that we compiled and presented to this council with cost showed that this municipality can never be able to raise enough money, which ran into billions of rands, just for water infrastructure, water and sanitation infrastructure alone, to fix that damage. We therefore called upon the national government to assist us in that regard. They did, I think they forwarded 1.3 billion rands or 1.6 billion rands, if I'm not mistaken, to try and assist us. But that money was not enough to fix the level of damage that was inflicted upon the city by the floods. We reprioritized our budgets and we tried to find internal funding sources to deal with that, but it was not enough. Now, the DA took us to court to say the sewer leakages and which is something that we all knew that was happening, and we all knew the reason. It wasn't corruption, it wasn't incompetence, it wasn't a lack of care. It was the fact that as a city we had a plan, but we could not find enough funding to fund that plan. Now they took us to court and they wanted in one of their prayers, they wanted to get us to be under administration through the back door. One of their prayers was that the court must declare us unfit to govern and find someone who's then going to come and serve as an administrator to ensure that we do what we're already doing. Fortunately, sanity prevailed in that court and they did not get that prayer of theirs. However, the court acknowledged that which is what we are also acknowledging, that of course there are sewer spillages, we are worried about them, we have our plans which we shared, however we don't have enough money for those plans. Now coming back from there, we therefore went, because there's a court order that says regardless of that, it's a constitutional mandate that you must protect the environment from the sewer spillages, you must protect the natural resources, our oceans and rivers and the people of the city. We therefore had to come back and look for sources of funding to actually start that program or to continue the program that we were already on. This is the report that is in front of us, Honorable Speaker, that deals exactly with that. And what the DA does, lo and behold, exactly true to their character of being chameleons, they voted against it. You took us to court because we are not doing something. We went to court, we cried, we said we don't have money. The court said no, go and find money. So we came back, we have found a little bit of money. It's not enough, but it's a little bit to help us along that program. The very same people who litigated against us are now voting against that item. Now, how do you then say those people are a government in waiting, if not a government similar to governments that we've had? Because we've had governments in this country since 1910, we've had governments. And those governments are what we are dealing with now. That Enanda today, we don't have water. It's only because of the democratic government that we are trying to reach some areas of Inanda to put water. But this government, their governments have been here for many years. They failed to do that. Some of them were sitting in those government chairs. Today, they are sitting here and they're pretending as if they were born again only in 1994. Bunch of hypocrites. Thank you very much. As the ANC, we support this report, Speaker Sebong.
Thank you very much, councillors. The report is here for approval. Councillors, the recommendation agreed?
ANC ngithanda imali.
Thank you.
Cha mhlonishwa asivumi.
Okay, yeah. DA is voting against.
Nasesandlwana bakhona abamnyama ababegqishe ngasebelungwini.
Kahle ke madlalo usudlulele ke manje.
Speaker.
Do you? No. We're not debating now. Let's do this. Because there's an objection to the recommendation, let's vote. Right? No movement. Doors are closed. Be ready. Those who are in support of the recommendations, raise your boards clearly and make sure that we are counted. We are not, sorry, order, sorry, my sister. We are not using cell phones to take pictures and video during council meeting. It's part of the rules. Please,
Shalom.
Order. Yeah, it's part of the rules of order of council. You don't. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Ngahlisa izandla. Those who are voting against, clearly raise your board. Those who are voting against the recommendations.
Also count Councillor Zondi lapha ANC.
Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Yeah, Ngabeko. But the recommendations is supported by 109 council members. Those who are against, the number is 46. Those who abstain, the number is no or none. Thank you. Recommendations will be carried through. Thank you very much, councillors. City Manager, we are now going to move to the third. No. Yeah. Yeah, go back to MPEC, yeah. As I've tried earlier, the MPEC report is on the...
Speaker,
Councillor Mthetho?
the DA requests 10 minutes caucus, please.
I wouldn't
Can I give you 6?
7.
No, I will grant you 6. 6 minutes. DA is granted 6-minute caucus. Thank you. Hey, umhlangano uyahlonishwa. Yeah, uyahlonishwa lo council. You have to report back on the outcome of your caucus. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, we are back on our the main agenda. We are on the MPEC report. The chair of the MPEC report will summarize the report, focusing on the recommendations, and then council will engage. Over to you, Chair. Yeah, anisize ngesound lapha isebenzi. Noma nesinike roving mic.
Sound.
Okay, no thanks, Speaker. It's back. Greetings to you, Speaker, and also to colleagues. Speaker, MPEC has got 3 reports. The first report, it's a quarterly report for the second quarter 2025-2026 financial year with its recommendation. On page 3, Speaker. Sorry. They're on page 6, recommendations. I'll take it as right, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much. They are on page.
Recommendations are on page 6.
6, yes.
Yes.
Very much. Councillors, these recommendations are here for noting. They are all noted, councillors. Second report, Chair.
Thanks, Speaker. The second report, it's an assessment of impact functionality on the UIF The recommendations are on page 2. I'll take it as read. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. They are here for noting again. They are all noted, councillors. The third report.
Thanks, Speaker. The last report, it's the third report, it's UIFW. The recommendations are on page 2. The committee recommends that in compliance with section 32 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure totaling 493,917,020.59 as detailed in Annex A of this report be certified as irrecoverable and written off by council based on the outcome of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee investigated such expenditure. 1.2, that it be noted that any consequence management recommendation will be dealt with in accordance with the council policy in relations to financial misconduct and oversight by the Financial Misconduct Disparity Board. It's for this one, it's for approval. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Council members, the recommendation agreed?
No.
Abstaining or voting against?
Against.
Okay, let's.
Sorry, Speaker. I think there was a speaker on this item.
There was a speaker on the item, okay. Let me check my records. Yes, there is a speaker from HEDC, Councillor T. Koka. Approaches for that. You can speak.
Thank you, Speaker. The committee notes that the process followed in reaching, can also the time be corrected, Speaker? I'm sorry. In this item, there was also a donation on this agenda?
No, there are no donation on this.
On the supplementary agenda, there is, Speaker.
No, let's not argue.
I'm not arguing, apologies.
Okay, thank you.
I will continue. The committee notes that the process followed in reaching the recommendations complies procedurally with the MFMA and applicable treasury prescripts. However, serious concerns is expressed regarding the magnitude, the recurrence, and the systemic nature of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures identified across multiple financial years. Although investigations were conducted by the respective units and reviewed by internal control, the recurring nature of the same procurement and contracts management failures indicates persistent weaknesses in governance, compliance, and consequence management.
Time.
Oh, sorry. I still have time. While it is acknowledged that goods and services were largely delivered and that recovery may not be practically achievable, the committee remains concerned that the continued certification of such expenditure is irrecoverable risk, creating culture of tolerance.
Order. Councillors, it is wrong to disturb the speaker that is on the floor or recognized according to our rules of order. The councillor keeps saying time. He must understand that it's being distracted. Say now the flow of thought from the speaker who was on the floor was disturbed by that person is wrong. It should not happen again. Apologies, Councillor Kota, for that, for what happened. Thank you.
Apology accepted, Speaker.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
No, Speaker.
Okay. Because there's a, I don't want to assume there is only DA who's voting against. Okay.
Action SA.
Action SA
Against.
is against. DA is against.
MF is against.
Okay.
How do you know?
Let's vote. No movement, close the doors. Those who are in support, raise your hands. Thank you, thank you. Those who are voting against? Thank you very much. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? None, okay. Thank you. Those who are in support, 108, against 58, abstain 0. Recommendations will be carried through. Thank you very much. Back to our main agenda on page 4, order of procedure. There are no notices of motion. There's no report from the mayor, no report from the city manager. Committee decisions noted, councillors. Item 17, items for noting are noted. Then last item is item 18, closing of the meeting. Right, the meeting is now closed. Now we are going to have an in-committee meeting. When you close this meeting, it means we are starting another meeting. All officials, members of the public,